You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Welcome to the Vodka stream. Hopefully you guys are doing pretty good. We made it through another week. First week of May. So hopefully you guys are doing good. Let's put on a little mood music right now. All right. Let's do it, guys. I'm actually not drinking vodka tonight. I'm drinking some white wine, actually. I'm drinking some Pinot Grigio tonight, and mainly because, well, I've had some stomach issues for the past day or so. Yeah, if you guys follow me on Twitter, I posted about it. Woke up yesterday morning, and yeah, I don't know if it was something I ate or it was just a little bug that happened, but yeah, I was, I already was supposed to be working like a half day. I told my boss, hey, I'm gonna work a half day. And I was going to work a half day, and it was almost like I predicted that I was going to need the time off because, I was having some stomach issues where, we'll go into the detail, but, it was frequent visits to the bathroom. And then, after I got done with work and everything, and I just was feeling off, took a nap and everything, and wanted to get some work done, wanted to run some errands before I was going to go see Mortal Kombat 2 with my dad. And, it was just kind of like, I was feeling a little off all day yesterday. Then it felt okay. And I will not recommend, if you're having stomach issues, don't have sushi. Don't have sushi dinner. I made the mistake of having sushi last night because normally when I meet up with my dad, there's a sushi restaurant right by the movie theater. We always go there. It's just like it's just what we do. And I was like, maybe I probably should have just ordered some, chicken or something like that. That was my mistake because, when I got home, I was still kind of, so I went to bed and my head started kind of hurting. And then I woke up at like 2:30, 3 o'clock, and throwing up and everything like that. So, feeling good already. Feeling good today. No problems today. But I had like a little bug going on. But do not recommend eating sushi. So I actually didn't even work today. I got on and I had to take care of some things with work. And then I told my boss, I'm like, I only got like 3 hours sleep. I was throwing up. So I'm going to take the day off. And of course he was cool with it. So but feeling okay right now. But I figured vodka going to be a little too harsh on the tummy. So I thought, why not just a little bit of wine today? So let's see. Hopefully that's a little better. I think it's fine, little grape. But so just one of those little random things, man. I was like, I don't know if it was something I ate or like a little stomach bug. Who knows? But talk to me, guys. What are we doing here? Would Matthew Lillard be Toyman or Mixes Spitalik? I saw Toyman too. Toyman, I should have brought that up in the video that I posted. Totally forgot to mention Toyman. That's a good suggestion if he is, in fact, a villain. I really like the Ted Kord thing. I really like that. There's some other suggestions that people had as well, but we'll get the panels. We'll get the panels, to ideas or whatever of who you might be. Monique, howdy! Fantastic Friday. It's mixed green salad with bacon, manchego, and your choice of toppings and dressings. Sounds delicious. What is going on? Mr. Phil says, Matthew Lillard is clearly Brainiac 5 from the Legion of Superheroes. Wouldn't that be interesting? What's going on, Ghoul? Glad. I think all of us are pretty glad that the Batman 2 is filming. That was a nice little surprise when I got home. Although the certain people on the internet are still claiming it's not happening and deleting their posts about it being canceled, but yet the internet is forever. Oh, we're going to talk about that. Because it's always fun to talk about stuff like that. Why not? What's going on, Mr. Raw Frequency? Good to see you. We got Droga right here. I'm reading some Deadpool for the first time and enjoying it so far. Well, that's good. Good to hear. Max Wolf Danger, what is up? I'm doing good. I'm going to see MK2 movie tomorrow and just saw Matthew Lillard got cast in Man tomorrow. I don't know what role he is going to after happy. Hopefully enjoy it. Like I said, we're not doing a spoiler discussion or anything tonight when it comes to Mortal Kombat 2. So don't worry, there won't be any spoilers, but there'll be a little bit of discussion. I'll give my full review and everything. So Miss Stephanie T, yeah. Also, yeah, well, I figured I'd wear my Daredevil shirt tonight. I did watch the finale, and I'm going to give my review on that as well. No better. Yeah, no, I'm feeling good. Don't worry, I'm feeling good. Yesterday was a struggle. And it sucked because I had a whole plan of because I shot 3 videos on Wednesday and I wanted to get all the videos out before this stream. I have a video about Christopher Nolan's, the kind of discourse that's happening with Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey, especially after the last trailer came out. And then one about them people trying to cancel Paul Kelly, the potential DCU Batman for stupid reasons. So, so I just didn't get around to him because I was just feeling off yesterday and I just couldn't focus. Sometimes even when you have a stomach bug, you just feel off because your body's going, hey, something weird's going on here, man. We got to relax. And so I didn't get to edit those videos. And I wanted to get the Matthew Lillard video out that I posted today. I wanted to get that out yesterday, but just ran out of time because I was like, all right, I still had some errands I needed to run. And then of course, meeting up with the dad, because we saw Mortal Kombat at 4:20 yesterday. So good shit. So let's see, James. Hey, we got James Fun right here. James Fun in the house. Yeah, I don't think he's Commissioner Gordon. I don't see why Commissioner Gordon. Y'all heard Gunn pitched a Plastic Man movie. Yeah, I mean, there's always he could be playing an older Plastic Man. Is the Batman 2 actually filming or still in pre-production? Well, he's doing a camera test, so it's not actually full-on filming yet. It's on full-on production, but he's doing a camera test. And he posted images, so that's cool. Good evening, Kev. Good evening. Let's see. Tony Movie Chappie, Neil Blomkamp fan. What is it about BVS that makes more impact to the comic book genre, more so than Captain America Civil War? I think it's just because it wasn't something that people thought it was going to be. And people over the years kind of went, oh, okay, you know what? This is actually a good movie. And, there's controversy. There's always controversy when it comes to stuff like that. Josh Shoro still canceled? I don't know. I was never canceled. What are we talking about? Oh, you're talking about Paul Kidd, who is, basically people like when he was at the Met Gala. Apparently, people were, because the fact that he doesn't have a favorite Beyonce song and said he was a metalhead, and so there was literally a viral tweet and some other tweets that people were trying to say that the fact that he doesn't know any Beyonce songs and is a metalhead, it's coded racism. Yeah, pretty funny. The Beyonce fans, just like the Taylor Swift fans, are so much worse than any Star Wars, DC, Marvel. They're worse. What's going on, Mr. Balga? Daredevil finale set up some pretty interesting plot threads. Gives more fire to where those sequences. And yeah, I know, right? Let's see. What time does the Batman 2 get canceled? Hey, there she is. Danny, what's happening? Tell everyone what you did. Oh, Danny, we got to get you back on when you're ready to come back on and talk about your comic book. Oh, I love your face. Yeah. I kind of made a joke with my video. I was like, well, it was mainly there was other people that I was actually poking fun at. But yeah, Danny, she was going like, oh yeah, it's not happening. He debunked it, and my tweet was making fun of the fact that I knew that James Gunn was making a joke that, oh yeah, there's pure speculation when it comes to Matthew Lillard. Of course, they took a recent photo together. A lot of people assume that was actually from the Man of Tomorrow set. So yeah, and then I just kind of added to it. I was like, oh yeah, here's James Gunn. He's debunking Matthew Lillard. And yeah, Danny, sadly, when she posted her thing, she did that. I was like, I was kidding. It happens though. Don't worry. It happens. Don't worry. I still love you, Danny. But yeah, we got to get you back on soon when you're ready to come back on. Oh, good stuff. Free Daredevil, right? What's going on, Mr. Darren? Imagine if the announcement of the Batman 2 beginning production was a picture of Batman standing on a gargoyle in a snowy Gotham. Ooh, man, that would blow up the internet. Big time, that would blow up the internet. D-Man, Matthew Lillard is actually playing James Gunn in the DCU. Check the tweets of the picture of them both. It says he plays as James Gunn. That'd be fucking crazy if that was the case. Nah, you know that James Gunn would play James Gunn. You think James Gunn will let somebody else play James Gunn? No. So he's being canceled for not being interested in a singer. Oh yeah, it's already dying down. It's dumb. I'm the biggest Beyonce fan, and his comment was so innocent. Come on, I know. But you know how it is. There's people that were just like, there are people saying that the way that he responded, they were talking down. He was talking down to Beyonce and Beyonce fans. And, and let's face it, he's a white male. So that just adds to it for the people. Ahoy, ahoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie. How about the Daredevil finale? Whoo, yeah. Pretty intense. There's Matt Murdock right there. I'm a victim of police brutality. I'm a blind man. Someone free me. And yeah, I'll hit you up. We'll figure that out because I know you're you're posting about it every day. We'll get it figured out. We'll have another conversation. Let's see. Tosca. I do not think Daredevil is going to show up in Spider-Man Brand New Day. Just the way Charlie Cox has said time and time again that he's not. I don't know. I think he very much is. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Anyways. All right. So cheers, guys. All right. I'm going to save my full-on review for Mortal Kombat 2. I'm going to bring on Phil first because I think Phil's probably I think he might be the only one who's going to be joining tonight that's seen the movie. So we're going to do we're going to do like a conversation. Again, we're not going to go into spoiler territory, but yeah. Andrew Garfield, yeah, exactly. And hoy, yes. Thank you for helping out the pirate ship. Much appreciated for the super chat. Thank you, sir. Cheers to you. Nice double play, guys. Got the Giants game on. The Giants are sucking so bad this year. They need a win tonight. But thank you for the $40. Like I said, super chats welcome, especially when the panel is on. And if you have a question, all super chats will be read. All super chats will always be read when it comes to when the panel's on and everything. But I'm going to save my full-on review for Mortal Kombat because I'm going to bring on Phil and we'll talk about it. We'll give our like a dual review. But let me talk about Daredevil Born Again, the finale. Now, the finale was pretty intense. A lot of courtroom stuff. A lot of interesting things. Like I said, I won't give any spoilers because I know not everybody has seen the finale, and it's lacking a little bit. But I think you can all kind of guess. It's already been kind of spoiled that the fate of Matt Murdock, where he ends up behind bars. That was what's his name, Mr. Coulter, who plays Luke Cage. He already kind of spoiled that by accidentally posting a selfie of him in the white jumpsuit, or not the white jumpsuit, the orange jumpsuit. But, it was pretty intense of how it all wrapped up. And, a little surprise cameo at the end, which I'm not really surprised if you're watching the whole thing. And someone, and then a certain someone who's going to be a villain in the next part, one of the villains in season 3 for sure. But overall, when it comes to Daredevil Born Again, some of it's, is some of it a little bit of a slog? Yeah, sure. There's sometimes where it was like, and there's a lot of moving parts here. Some of it's like, all right. But there were some really good moments, some really good fighting moments, even like when it came to the finale. And you had some pretty intense moments. I man, Kingpin gets unleashed in the finale. Kingpin definitely gets unleashed in the finale. He just goes off. And there's a really cool scene of like him just going off and then Daredevil and Jessica Jones also going off. when it comes to when it comes to Kingpin's his reinforcement. What are they? The ATVF or whatever, ATTVF. So yeah, it's pretty insane, But yeah. So overall, I enjoyed the season. Looking forward to what happens in the future. Looking forward to season 3. I know some people were, they said that the views are down, and they say, some people there's a little bit of a mixed reviews when it comes to all this. I mean, I could totally see it. Like I said, there's a lot of moving parts. There was like the whole BB thing. Like, I didn't really like that aspect and that whole side stuff, but I understand why it's there. And I think, yeah, there's a lot of moving parts when it comes to this. But at the same time, I'm going, I mean, they're kind of maybe I'm not saying they're kind of needed to be, but maybe, I don't know. It's very interesting. Because with the first season was kind of like a Frankenstein season, because they did quite a few reshoots where, they were going to make Daredevil less dark, less Netflix, but they realized that probably wasn't a good idea. So they, of course, did reshoots to make it more like the show, and of course they weren't going to bring back Karen, they weren't going to bring back Foggy, and they decided to do that. And yeah, so there's just levels of things that they were making bad decisions on when it came to season 1. But so now this one was like, okay, they have a clear way of seeing things. But again, I see why people were like, there's a lot of moving parts, and they weren't enjoying it as much. But it's still better. This season was definitely better than the last season for sure. So good times, definitely good times. All right. So there's my Daredevil Born Again stuff. So now let's get into it. Hold on a sec. Let me double check some things here. I wanted to make sure I had some things pulled up when it comes to screenshots. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just trying to look and make sure. Man, I take so many screenshots sometimes, and I'm like, okay, here we go. Is it all this? Where are we at here? Oh, man, I can't even. What the heck did I? Okay, hold on a sec. Sorry, guys. I should have had this already ready to go. Ugh. I can't even. Okay, I don't know. This folder's all messed up. Oh, I might not be able to do this now. Nope, here we go. All right, so there's that. Okay, we're good. Okay, we're good. I wanted to pull up some screenshots. All right, I wanted to pull up some screenshots when it came to this, because it's funny. It's funny when, I'm not even trying to even like really call people out. It's just funny when you just the doom and gloom out there. But yes. Let's talk about Matthew Reeves blowing up the internet on a Thursday night. Oh, you love to see it. You love to see it, folks. I know there was a lot of doom and gloom out there, a lot of worry when it came to the Batman Part 2. A lot of people were thinking that, oh yeah, this thing's not happening. It's being canceled. James Gunn's going to cancel it. James Gunn's jealous. This, that, and this. A lot of stuff. And I kept on saying, guys, relax. Pump the brakes, as I always say. Pump the brakes. Let's not get over our skis here. Let's make sure we know what the hell is going on. And yes, there's some things that are probably going on that, when it comes to Matt Reeves' personal life, but that is for him to nobody wants to be talking about someone's personal life or anything like that. Nothing. You don't want that. Who cares? And, I know this has been taking a while, but hey, there's man, I can't believe, it just shows you how much this is blowing up. When people think that, oh yeah, it's taken so long, and is anybody going to care about the Batman Part 2 and stuff like that? His first tweet with the 2 shots, 8.1 million views. Okay, on Twitter, 8.1 million views. That's insane. That is absolutely insane. So if you think that people are still excited for it, yes, they are. They're very much still excited for the Batman Part 2, okay? It's just, obviously we're going to be waiting still for the DCU Batman, and we'll see what happens when it comes to the DCU Batman. But as for right now, we got Matt Reeves. We got Matt Reeves doing that. So here we go right here. So obviously right away, so he posted snow tires. I like how he hashtagged snow tires. I just thought that was cool. So obviously we got a shot of the monitor right here. And someone actually does like a really good breakdown, a really cool breakdown of the cameras that are being used. I actually retweeted it as well. This one dude made a really great video just breaking down what you see right here when it comes to cameras. If anybody is interested in that, it's pretty sweet. And then there's another shot right there, which you're getting that orange light, that little aura right there. And the biggest thing that everybody was saying, it was like, oh, it's definitely, we're getting a snowy Gotham. We're getting a snowy Batman. Which, of course, if you watch The Penguin, and this taken shortly after The Penguin, you knew there was going to be snow involved. So, I mean, yeah, and he's just totally leaning into it. So, and now I'm just, let's just look at all that Matt Reeves was having fun last night when it came to Twitter. So, Mr. Lee Pace should be Batman, which is funny. Is this testing for the Batman 2, Matt? It's like, yes, of course it is. But of course he said, sure is. And then it goes, it's time. And then somebody put, of course, this cover right here, which is pretty sweet looking. That is really cool. And then right here, the Batman Saga News said, my biggest fucking dream to see in live action is a bloody Batman in snow. I really hope this means it's happening. Indeed, it is. So we're going to see a bloody Batman in the snow. Oh, and then, of course, feel alive again. We're back, baby. The time is finally here. Haha, yes. And then this is the most you've tweeted on one sitting. A new record. Just over here. And then, of course, so obviously he posted this as well, which is pretty sweet. So another shot right there of the monitor of them doing a test. Doing some tests, which you got to do. Batman Part 2 was camera testing today, and so it begins. And so it does. Oh, you just love to see it. You just love to see it. And yes, a snowy Batman. Some people were saying, we're finally getting a snowy Batman. It's like, did you not see Batman Returns? Oh, I love that. When I was seeing people, it's like, hey, remember, it's not the first time we've seen a snowy Gotham City and snowy Batman. Okay, it's actually happened twice. We've seen a snowy Batman Returns. So it's not like it's going to be the first time we've seen that, But we're seeing Matt Reeves' version of a snowy Batman, of course. So, let's not forget that. And then, of course, even The Dark Knight Rises had some snow in it too. So it's not the first time we've seen a snowy Batman. Although it's hard to watch Dark Knight Rises because and then I'm curious about this too. I've said this many times. When it comes to Dark Knight Rises, I've always said that the thing that's hard to take in when it comes to the snow in Dark Knight Rises is that we know that it was shot in June in Chicago, so it was really warm. So and a lot of it takes place during the day. So sometimes it just doesn't feel like you don't feel the atmosphere. You don't feel the cold, So that's I've always had a little issue with that. I love it when you can actually see the breath. You can actually feel like it's cold. In Dark Knight Rises, it just didn't feel like that. Now, when it comes to Batman Returns, I always joked that, even that was mainly on a set. So you didn't really feel the cold of it. And I don't know if we're going to be feeling the cold here because obviously it's going to start filming this month and it's already starting to get warm. So I don't know if there's going to be, I'm always looking at, I'm one of those weirdos that is I'm looking for the breath. I don't know if the breath is going to be there. Sometimes you can just add it through CGI and maybe they'll do something like that. I don't know. They do that in movies where you add the breath just to add a little bit more to the atmosphere of cold. But the fact that we're having like Matt Reeves and the way that his Batman looks, his Gotham City looks, the dark grittiness of it all looks. So I'm just going, okay, I think it's going to be, it's going to be awesome. It's going to be freaking awesome. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. So I just love that. And so I'm just really looking forward to, the first, like when they start production, are we going to see, is he going to show Pattinson in the new Batsuit? Because they're going to revamp the Batsuit 100%. I've even heard some things too that, oh yeah, they're definitely doing a redesign of the Batsuit. So yeah, that's definitely going to be something. And I don't know if he's going to do it. I hope he does. And I think he will do that. Seeing that this blew up like that, it's just absolutely fantastic. So cheers to Matt Reeves for blowing up the internet last night and into today, which is great. But then, of course, man, people came out with receipts. I even said when I retweeted, I was like, oh yeah. I'm like, ooh, look at this. And some people still think that this freaking movie was canceled. You know, that James Gunn was canceling the Batman 2. We know what's happening. Yeah, he's canceling. You know, there was a lot of that was going around. And that, man, people came out with the receipts. And it was kind of funny, too, because even the writer himself was like even taking part when it came to receipts, because Mattson Tomlin, he even said right here, when you have about to unload the gun on all of these Batman 2 canceled receipts, and Mattson also said, yeah, mine too. And yeah, I know Mr. Axel Talks Film is a grifter, and I've had my issues with him. He used to be a Snyder guy, and now he's anti-Snyder. Yes, I know. So that's why I'm ripping off some of his receipts. So whatever. But yeah, Stuntman Mike, which, you know, I've met this guy in real life. But yeah, the Batman 2 has 100% been canceled. If I'm wrong, if it starts filming, he said, I'll donate $100. But it didn't start filming in December, so maybe we won't do that. But hey, maybe you should donate anyways. Let's see, Mr. It's Just Nick right here. In case you all don't know Hollywood speak, this is basically means canceled. Gunn just vetoed Matt Reeves' Batman universe in favor of his DCU Batman. He knows he can't compete. So they got that right there. Geralt right here up north. How would you react if James Gunn cancels the Batman Part 2? And he puts a smiling Joker face. Because you have to realize, these guys really wanted, even if, no matter how they're responding to Matt Reeves right now, they wanted the Batman 2 to be canceled. I said this before. They wanted it to be canceled so then they could add more ammunition and get more people on their side to throw shit at James Gunn. That just shows how sick the discourse has gotten, is they wanted Matt Reeves to have his movie canceled so then they could throw more ammunition at James Gunn and the DCU and get more people on their side. Okay, that just shows you right there how fandom was such a mistake. Yeah, Batman Part 2 is cooked. The Batman, yeah, no matter how we feel about the Batman, you have to admit this is pretty messed up. Reeves is a talented filmmaker and seems like he's getting screwed over by you-know-who. It's like, okay, getting screwed over by you-know-who. All right, so that's fun. Just a couple little tweets that I saw right there from some of this stuff right here. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Yeah, some of those, like half those guys, more than half those guys have me blocked. You know, I don't know how many times I saw that Matt Reeves ripped off the Ben Affleck's Batman movie. You know, he's even named it The Batman and blah, 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 this. A lot of those guys were shitting on Matt Reeves, and they've shit on some. And then there's people that have been in my mentions that talk about Robert Pattinson being too skinny and talking about like how he ripped off the title and all this kind of stuff. It's just so funny. And now all of a sudden they're now glazing up Matt Reeves. I'm like, motherfucker, I can go down your Twitter. They're deleting the posts right now too, but I can go down. There was a time you could go down their Twitter and see all the shit that they were throwing at Matt Reeves when the first Batman came out. They were 100% doing that, talking shit on all kinds of stuff. So it's just kind of funny, you know, and then naturally they were always saying like this, and they thought, oh yeah, it's 100% Gunn is canceling it. There's even been people that said, oh yeah, Gunn's going to cancel it, like he canceled Superman and Lois, which again, Gunn had nothing to do with Superman and Lois being canceled. He doesn't have that power to cancel that. We've talked about it numerous times on here. William, Sci-Fi Center William, he totally was like nailed it when it came to Next Star and all the CW stuff and how all that was going when it came to the CW stuff. And yeah, it just was like determined, like, yeah, we're the whole CW universe is just, it's done, and we're wrapping up Superman alone. Yeah, it wasn't Gunn that did that either. It's just like, it's just all pretty crazy stuff, all crazy conspiracy and all the kind of stuff and everything. And it's just like, come on, guys, what are we doing here? But it is funny when you see that, and then yeah, it's like, oh yeah, go back and start deleting posts and whatnot. I don't know, do whatever. It's just funny. You gotta love it. You gotta love it, because I mean, I saw so many doom and gloomers, but Matt Reeves was like, nah, guys, we're good. Yes, I know it took some time, but hey, we're back, baby. We're back. I love it. We can actually say we're back. I hate this saying we're back, but I can actually say we're back. It feels like we're back now, because it's been such a long time since we've seen something like this from Matt Reeves. So I can honestly now use that term, we're back. I can actually feel like I could use that term today. So cheers. I bet the back. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I think I even had that. Oh, you know what? It's kind of funny. You bring that up. Didn't I have that? Maybe I didn't save it in the right. Didn't have that. But I know exactly who you're talking about. The Bat Kilmer guy. Yeah, because I remember I've had some interactions with that Bat Kilmer guy. I think there was like a tweet of his too that I saw. I think I put it in the wrong file though. Let's see. Did I? No, I don't know where I put that. Oh yeah. There was even this one too. Yeah, I take it. But I know exactly who you're talking about, Ghoul. I've had some back and forth with him. I even told him, like, can you please change your profile picture? I hate it when these guys use other people's profile picture, because every time when I see Batman Forever Val Kilmer, I just, now I'm like, I associated with that fucking asshole. Like, and I'm just like, what are we doing here? And it sucks, because it just sucks when people do that, like, because they hide behind other people's profile pictures, which I think is fucking weird, man. Sometimes I just think it's like kind of weird, especially when I don't mind, like, if it's animated, if it's a comic book, fine. But yeah, there was this one right here. Let's see which one. Yeah, I thought I had that one screenshot from that Bat Kilmer guy too, but I didn't. But yeah, he also, of course, was doing the same thing. But then there was also this. There's also this right here. And we mustn't forget that there was also this right here when it came to this. Dun, dun, dun. John Campea claims that he has been told that the Batman Part 2 is canceled. And what's funny about this is he was told, okay, so I'll give him a little bit of like, hey, he just didn't flat out say, oh, the Batman 2 is canceled. He was told. Okay, he was told. But what's funny about this is this was used, of course, for the discourse, because what happens when it comes to the discourse, when it comes to all that, when it comes to all this, they will throw shit at Campea, Grace Randolph, Robert Meyer Burnett, but once those guys, those three especially, put something out there on their streams or whatever, then all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah. Now all of a sudden they're saying that this is canceled. Oh, they're saying this. They're throwing shit at James Gunn. Now we like them. It's like, shut up. It's like, how are you doing that? But yeah, this was pretty funny too. I posted this too. I was like, yep, this is what people were using at one point. Gotta love it, man. You gotta freaking love it. You gotta freaking love it. Ugh. But you just, like I said, it's like, just be patient. You gotta be patient right there. I used to like him. Then I unfollowed him because, man, and then I see his stuff lately. I mean, he because I've met him in real life. Nice dude. But man, I've seen something, and it just looks like he's just pounding his keyboard and just like angry at everyone. Like, he's just, every tweet that I see, he's just angry, fucking angry. And I'm like, good Lord, man. Good Lord. Anyways. Let's see. Real skeptic. Thank you for the $5 super chat. What about the people saying Reeves verse is merging into the DCU? Yeah, people still, there's some people that are out there like that, but I think most people have like given up on that. So I don't think we're really seeing that really a lot anymore. I think we're good on that. So I think we're not really seeing too much of that anymore. So yeah, we're not seeing too much more of that. So that's a good thing. I haven't been seeing too much more of people thinking that's actually happening. So thankfully, because I got sick of seeing that too. So that's good. Let's see what else. What else you guys talking about? All right. Let's see. Let's see. No, good old Sonny right here. Of course, save us from the... Hey, variety, dude. The DCU is not for you, obviously, because you complain about it constantly and used to write thread after thread in my mentions, which is why I blocked you. I don't block you here, but I blocked you on Twitter because you would write thread after thread after thread. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, I don't have time to read all your shit, man. So yes, variety. Variety is a spice of life. It's good, guy. They should do Batman Returns meets The Dark Knight. Also, before I go, Dave, man, you got to stop saying B-roll as a substitute for calling movies that aren't huge B-rolls. It's not B-roll. When have I said B-roll? That's a term used for behind-the-scenes footage. See, this guy's such a fucking douchebag. Oh, my God. Have I been saying B-roll? When do I... I think it's like, okay, so maybe when I say like sometimes a movie feels B-roll, maybe that's when I say stuff like that. I don't know. There's a reason why I blocked this guy on Twitter. Like you should see, like he'd be in my mentions, like there'd be like 4 things of threads of paragraphs. And I'm just like, dude, I can't handle this anymore. Can't handle this anymore. He's probably one of those guys that calls Zack boss. Anyways, I hate it when people call Zack Snyder boss. Ugh. Joe Starr, the Batman Part 2 is going to be the CBM. Yeah, might be. It's funny that we're getting a Superman and a Batman next year. I was convinced it was going to be canceled. Yeah. I mean, I don't doubt it when people were thinking that because it took so long. I totally get that. I totally understand people were saying that. I totally get that. What's going on, Devin? Good to see you. How's the price for getting... Oh, yeah, there's also talk about all of a sudden there's a short list for the Bane and Deathstroke movie. I totally forgot that was happening. They blocked John Campea and Grace Randolph from my YouTube. Yeah, I mean, nothing wrong with that. Patience is key. Patience. It's all about patience, man. And thank you for the $5 super chat again. They're also gun bros like Moonlight Warrior who are... Oh, yeah. One thing I want to say, too, alluding to this, okay, before we're going to bring on Phil, and then we're going to do some Mortal Kombat talk. To all you DCU fans, I'm going to call you out now because David Ayer, yesterday also, he posted something. He posted a similar thing because he's working on a project. And he posted this right here. He posted also that he's filming something that he's a part of. His new project. Okay? And if you go start scrolling down all this stuff, there are some people that were going like, "You're not Matt Reeves, man." Like right here. This bro thinks he's Matt Reeves. Stuff like that. Okay? And of course, people posting this. like the Axel Talks film, like I told you. That grifter as well. That's why I ripped off his screenshots earlier. Fuck him. Shut the fuck up. What are we doing here? Okay? David Ayer is not trying to be Matt Reeves, all right? He's just posting something. Yeah, it happened to be the same time that Matt Reeves posted something. But it's like, shut up when it comes to that, all right? This has nothing to do with any of that. Nothing to do with any of that. And you guys had to be like, oh, yeah, you're not Matt Reeves, man. Like, what? He's not trying to be. Not trying to be. He was just posting, and he had a really cool, oh, man, he posted something like, I love this shot right here. This shot right here is so freaking badass. It's like, yeah, look at that shot. Look at that fucking camera. That's a beast of a camera. And David Ayer looking like a beast of a fucking dude. All right? He ain't trying to be Matt Reeves. Matt Reeves was just posting stuff like that. He's posting different shit. What the hell? So, yeah, fuck you guys, too, for doing that. All right? Just saying. Oh, fandom was a mistake. I hate it how some people are. Yeah, Matt Reeves loved the Batman. Yeah. But it was like sad. It was like what are you guys doing? This had nothing to do. This had nothing to do. There's totally nothing to do. Absolutely nothing to do. Nothing to do with the DCU, with Matt Reeves' Batman. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And you guys had to make it something. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I had to call out that side too. Because that was just absolute bullshit. Absolute bullshit. All right, let's go ahead and bring on
Phil. Hey, Phil. Phil.
What's going on, Phil?
Get over here.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh,
good times. Good times. Yeah, I had to get that. I was like, I had to get that last little thing in there where people were giving shit to David Ayer for that. I was like, you got to be fucking kidding.
People
It's
are
like,
fucking dumb, bro.
Yeah, it's just like, Matt Reeves posts something and then David Ayers posts something, and then all of a sudden, like those same people who were, rightfully calling out the people who were saying like the Batman 2 was going to get canceled. But then you're going to like go over here and give David Ayer, who has no association with anything like that, just because he, was part of the DCEU. It was like, yeah, it was so frustrating seeing that.
I saw a post today on Threads. Someone was like, "Oh, come on, just integrate Batman."
Oh, stop it!
And I'm just like, "Shut the fuck up."
No,
shut the fuck up. And people are like, "It's just an opinion. He's just sharing his opinion. You don't have to be so aggressive." I'm like, you fucking nerds are the problem, dude. Just be quiet.
Not happening.
Shut the fuck up. Yeah.
Yeah.
No. And then, the list of people you went through, I'm just like, yep, seen that. Remember that person.
Yeah.
Dude, Stuntman Mike's a fucking moron, dude. I
can't.
Well,
I saw like you met him. Yeah, I met him at the first SnyderCon. He was at the first SnyderCon.
Wow.
That's where I met him. He was a nice guy. But yeah, I just unfollowed him. I unfollowed him on Twitter a while ago because it was just nonstop, like aggressive, like bad takes after bad takes.
Right.
and then when I go on my For You page, sometimes I'll see his stuff and I'm like, good God, dude, like,
yeah,
relax a little bit, man. And I mean, like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, terrible. But anyways, Mortal Kombat. So I brought on Phil to talk some Mortal Kombat because we were already talking about Mortal Kombat yesterday, just texting each other. Yep. And we both very much enjoyed it. It was definitely an improvement. Like my whole thing was like, if you saw my first reaction, I was like, okay, definitely an improvement. Yeah. Do I still have some issues with it? Sure. But at the same time, there was enough positive where I can just go, oh yeah, maybe some of the bad dialogue or something like that. And some of the things that weren't fleshed out because of course it's a 2-hour plus movie. I wish they could have maybe, added a little bit more to some certain things here and there. But overall, the movie flowed start to finish. It goes by like super quick. And it feels like much more of a Mortal Kombat movie than the first one.
I don't necessarily agree with that.
Okay.
And we've talked about this. I've talked about this with Scott, and I it's funny. I came to a conclusion yesterday. Like this movie is great. It's a really great movie. It's also like the best Mortal Kombat movie made to date. There's no question about that. But the thing is like, you don't get this movie unless you get the first one.
True. And I do appreciate that they weren't trying to fully like, I know they were like course correcting in a way, but they weren't fully like going, we're just going to forget the things that a lot of people complained about, which were mainly two things. It was Cole, the Cole character. And then people are even kind of complaining about the whole, how people get their powers thing. That stuff is still very much, Cole was I thought they did a good job of him in this one. I mean, it's no spoiler that he doesn't last too long. We won't say how he gets his, but it's pretty gnarly, and it's pretty awesome in a setting that I was like, oh, I know that setting.
Yes. And even the fight with Kung Lao and Liu Kang,
that's the best fight in the movie.
That is a straight homage to, I think, 1 or 2, whichever one has that portal back. I think it is 2, but. The whole Ko Young thing, like I've said this from the jump, people are like, I don't like that he's an original character. And I'm like, how many original characters have they introduced in a Mortal Kombat game with every following sequel from 4 onward? Yeah. Like, I mean, I get it. It's just a thing that the franchise does. I mean, I get it. You don't like it for the movie. That's fine. I'm not you specifically, but like other people online, this is fucking stupid. I'm like, well, how many Mortal Kombat games have you played? Huh? And how many of those times did you play the new Mortal Kombat game? Did you actually try out the new character? Never? Oh, okay. Makes a lot of sense.
No, I mean, that's a good way to put it. I mean, I totally understand. I think a lot of people were just thinking it should have just been Johnny Cage from the get-go.
Sure.
Then also at the same time, I'm like, I almost think that, and of course, another complaint too, was like, oh, we're not, it had nothing to do with the tournament. It was like, but then I'm like, well, now like that I think about it in retrospect, and I think I'm going to, because I didn't rewatch the first one before I watched this.
I didn't either.
And I kind of glad I actually do this now when it comes to sequels, where now I like to go back and watch it, and I'll probably have like a much more like appreciation for after I've seen like the sequel. Because now what I was thinking about, and then it was funny too, because my dad, he hadn't really nothing. He didn't know the Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
So like when I told him, I'm like, because we hadn't seen a movie together since Project Hail Mary, because he just wasn't interested in any of the movies that were coming out in between. So when I told him, like, well, Mortal Kombat, he likes Carl Urban. He likes the boys. Of course, he's a Trekkie, so we liked him as Bones.
Yeah.
In the JJ movies, or in the new movies. So I was like, if you want to see this, it's on HBO Max. I know you got HBO Max. Watch. So he did watch it. So of course he's like, he was actually into it. Like we were having a conversation before it, and he was actually pretty like into it. He was asking me some questions, and I was like, yeah. And so it was kind of cool to get his perspective. He really liked it too. He thought Carl Urban was great. I mean, Carl Urban remember how like when he got cast, I mean, some of us I was kind of like, really? Carl Urban? Huh. I like Carl Urban. Johnny Cage? It was kind of like one of those things. After watching the movie, I'm like, yeah, fantastic.
Liked it more than the fan cast of The Miz getting Johnny Cage. When he was announced, I mean, like when Carl Urban was announced as Johnny Cage, I was like, oh, this is way better than The Miz, because I can't stand The Miz. I used to be kind of a wrestling fan. I used to watch with my granddad, but it just over time it's just kind of waned. But I've never really liked The Miz, and I thought he's almost too douchey to be Johnny Cage. Because the thing about Johnny Cage is like, yeah, he's a douchebag, but he's not full-blown douchebag, if that makes any sense. And I think that also has a lot to do with Lyndon Ashby from the 1995 movie, because he was like the perfect level of like cocky, arrogant shithead, but he still like, fought with honor. And I think with Carl Urban, making him kind of an older actor and having that be the background for this version of the character, really, really worked out well, because, by the time Lord Raiden meets up with him, he's like, yeah, you're full of shit, right? Like, there's no way a washed up fucking has-been like me would be chosen for Mortal Kombat, even if that is true, right? And Sonya Blade is just like, no, it's all real.
Yeah.
It's all true. She's almost like a Han Solo in a sense of like, oh no, it's real. Don't get us wrong. Like you've been chosen and you will fight whether you want to or not. And so like when he got yanked in from the beginning and he has to fight Katana, I don't really think that's much of a spoiler. That's all over in the promotional stuff. But
Yeah.
like, I gotta be honest, man. Like that movie from start to finish, I had a smile on my face the whole fucking time. Like being a Mortal Kombat lore heavy fan, where this movie picks up, where it starts off, the narrative shift has shifted from, Cole Young, Scorpion Sub-Zero. Now we're dealing with Shao Kahn, Adenia, Kitana, Johnny Cage. And I'm like, this is really smart, because I don't think anyone would have really liked a rehash of like Cole Young being the main guy and doing Scorpion all over. Like, we didn't really need that. And that's why I say you don't get this movie without the first movie, because the first movie already lays the groundwork for everything.
And that's why I was saying, like, I'm going to go back and then I would say, like, even like watching both of them together, maybe it would just be like, oh yeah, like this is just like one, because obviously they're both pretty short and it's like, everything moves pretty quickly. But then if you have both of these two together, you kind of go, oh yeah, this actually works together pretty well, because you get the Cole Young storyline, and then that bleeds into this, and then this is more of a Johnny Cage, and then what is 3 going to be? I think 3 is going to be more of a Liu Kang, in my opinion, because Liu Kang shined. Liu Kang he shined, but I know the things that happened with Liu Kang in here, I think he really shined. And again, the Kung Lao and his fight were great. I'm just kind of wondering if like they maybe do an emphasis on. I mean, but then again, I know you're kind of pushing back on that, because
it's not so much pushing back. I'm just
how do they make him like a centralized character?
And I think like, well, my thought was maybe they kind of shift focus entirely and focus on the Outrealm crowd.
Yeah,
because the implication at the end of the movie is we need to do this thing to get certain people back. I don't really think that's much of a spoiler, right? But the way you have to go about it, at least from my perspective, and being, thinking back to Mortal Kombat, the only logical step at that point is Lord Shinnok. And, Shinnok's amulet was in the first movie. It's very central to the plot of this movie. So I don't see how you do the plot of the third movie without Lord Shinnok. And I absolutely think he's probably going to be the main antagonist of movie 3, if I had to guess. But it would be interesting to see, almost kind of like a shift, and see the Outworld. Like who does the Outworld have left now that, certain characters have ultimately kind of switched sides by the end of this movie.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like how do you do the third movie? But I have faith. I think Jeremy Slater, he seems like based on this movie, he evidently knows his stuff. So
it's interesting. It's also interesting too, because when did Shinnok come into the picture? Which Mortal Kombat did he come
Shinnok
into?
Was
it 4?
I think it might have been 4.
Yeah,
he's an older character.
Lord because like Shao Kahn was 2, and then Shao Kahn came back with 3. That's what was kind of interesting, is like, are they just going to just bring back Shao Kahn again somehow? Like, because that's how they did it with
Based on the wiki, apparently Mortal Kombat mythology Sub-Zero, but a playable character Mortal Kombat 4, which makes sense.
Okay.
But it's funny because I think in Deadly Alliance, Shang Tsung is the one who kills Liu Kang. And that was a big thing for that game, because Liu Kang, up until that point, was the main protagonist of the Mortal Kombat franchise. He was almost kind of the face of it, the fire dragon, all that shit. So when Shang Tsung fucking snaps his neck in Deadly Alliance, that was a big shockwave for a lot of people, because he wasn't present in the game. Like, Liu Kang was dead. So when he comes back, he's like zombified, his head's tilted, he can fucking use chains. I don't think they're gonna do that in the third movie, but if they homaged it somehow, I'd be very happy. But I do think that movie 3 is probably going to largely focus on Shinnok. That's my guess, because he's got a lot of ties to the Netherrealm. I think we might also see, I think there is another realm in regards to the Elder Gods that we could see too, because I don't think every character who dies in this movie goes to the Netherrealm. But that's just me. I don't know. We'll wait and see. But what was your favorite fight in the movie, if you don't mind me asking?
I would say the Kung Lao and Liu Kang fight. I would say that was like, I do like the Baraka and Johnny Cage fight, but that was more of like, it was funny, and it was, it was more of like, it was actually, there wasn't, but I mean, it was more like, with that fight, obviously they're just a pro. What's the species that he is? I forgot.
Tarkatan.
Yeah. So they're they're trying to reason with them, and then of course, the way that ends is, it's funny.
It's pretty funny.
But when it comes to the Kung Lao and Liu Kang fight, I mean, it is just fucking. It just feels more Mortal Kombat because you have the portal in the background, you have the setting, and just both of them just doing their thing, and you have two actors that are just badasses.
Right.
And when it came to it was just such and the way it ends too, it's just like, Jesus Christ.
I think this movie flows in a way that mimics a story mode for, you could argue, Mortal Kombat 3 or 4, right? Like, because
totally does.
You have the tournament, that's the baseline, Earthrealm is on the line, and you go through the story, right? And you see our heroes go through their story. They win some, they lose some, but they also have to do some other fights along the way. And even at the end, there's 2 different fights that happen at the end. And I
love that. I love that.
Me too.
I was so glad that, I'm like, man, the fighting in here is just so freaking, it's great. It's great. And then when they were bouncing back from and it's not even, it's like you have one main fight and then you got a fight that has numerous people in it. It's like, and then Kano was also great in this. Like, I liked Kano. I didn't really like him in the first one, but I'm going to revisit that and see, but I didn't really like Kano in the first one, but Kano in this one,
So the funny thing about Kano is, like, he notoriously goes back and forth between both sides of games too.
Yes.
So him doing that in the movies makes even more sense because, in the first movie, he's kind of he leads them there, but then he fucks them, right?
Yes.
And then he gets brought back to life in this movie, and then he fucks the people who brings him back to life. It's just Kano, dude. Like, I think Josh Lawson has a lot of fun playing this character, and I don't see him stepping away from it anytime soon.
No.
He's really made a name for himself with it, and I dig it.
Yeah, he got a lot of laughs.
The only thing that I'm kind of like, I wish would have happened was when Quan Chi gave him the eye. Oh shit! I don't know if I should have said that, but
it's fine. It's fine.
I wish it would have been metal. I wish he would have gotten the metal over his face. That's
metal.
It's a nitpick, but it's a nitpick at best. But yeah, I would have liked to have seen that. Maybe they're going to do it in movie 3. I don't know, but that's one thing I would like to see. The Scorpion and Noob Saibot fight was fucking dope.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude! Like, I love Joe Taslim. I love Sub-Zero, and I love, when Sub-Zero dies, becomes Noob Saibot, and Noob Saibot is like one of those just fuck you characters if you know how to play the game. Like, if you're fighting someone and they play as Noob, it's an instant go fuck yourself, because Noob is such a pain in the ass character to play against because of what he can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I love that character so much. So
yeah,
I'm very curious to see what happens when he gets brought back.
In Noob Saibot, it's just like the name is Ed Boon backwards and then something Tobias backwards, right?
Yes.
One of the creators, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I forgot what what's that guy's name? Because I know Ed Boon, and Ed Boon has a cameo in this, which was already revealed.
John Tobias.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah, they just took both their names, put them backwards.
Yes.
Noob Saibot. It was like, oh shit, didn't even put that together. That's so freaking cool right there. But yeah, no, he is definitely an interesting character, and I'm glad when they show all that, I'm like, oh yeah, perfect way to do it. And then just even bringing in Scorpion back and how they do that, I thought was really cool. How they did that, because I was wondering, I'm like, because Scorpion's not in it as much. Obviously, I mean, he's more towards the end, because it's not his story. This is a Katana and Johnny Cage story. Katana, it's mainly Katana, which that's been revealed, where it's like it starts off with her and it's her story, but Johnny Cage is like it's also his story as well, just like the first one was like a Scorpion Sub-Zero story and the Cole Young story. So it's like they're keeping that theme of like, oh yeah, there's like 2 stories going on right here, and then Cole being a descendant of Scorpion is always like, that was like cool how it kind of tied to it when it came to the first one. But
you mentioned something to me offline about how Melina wasn't present, and she was in the first movie, right? And I think that's also one of the things that they changed, because in the games, like for example, I forget which game it is. I think it's either I think 2, how Jax loses his arms. It's done one way, but in the movie, Sub-Zero does it. I think it's 2 or 3. It might be 3, where they actually show you how it happens, and it's actually Ermac who, you know, basically soul crushes.
3.
It is 3. Okay, so basically Ermac soul crushes Jax's arms into, you know, nothing. But in the film, it's Sub-Zero, and when it comes to like Melina, you know, I mentioned that what's funny about Melina in the games is that she's technically a clone of Katana mixed with Tarkatan blood.
Yes,
but obviously,
right,
exactly. So in the movie, they just made her half Tarkatan, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's, you know, it's whatever.
True.
But I like that they brought in Jade, because she's kind of like an interesting character in that she and Katana, like, they have history in the games as well. So it was cool to like see her get adapted and have her be, you know, the effective guard to Katana, and just the way her staff work. Just, I also really like that actress. I think she's great. She was great in The Last of Us. She's also she's the main lead in Naughty Dog's newest game, The Heretic Prophet, that Naughty Dog's working on. It's a space galaxy adventure, and it looks cool. So yeah, you know, I had really no complaints, and you know, Carl Urban as Johnny Cage was just fucking everything. It was great.
Yeah, it was great. It had all the he totally, the way that he portrayed Johnny Cage, he did it perfectly. And anybody who had it, you know, like I said, I had my reservations about it, but I was like, I like Carl Urban. I think that it'll be all right. And sure enough, it was good one-liners. And and you know, if you think he's just like he's not just like constantly hitting on Sonya, don't worry, it's not like that.
No,
you know, that was actually like, because like in the, you know, in the 95 version, he, you know, there's a lot of he's like constantly hitting on Sonya, but in this one, it's like, no, he's not really, he doesn't really do that really at all. You know, there's not really much with that. But you know, it's just, he was definitely a lot of fun. But
they have playful banter.
Playful
like
banter.
That.
I would like that.
I would love it, and I don't think it's going to happen. But if they did like a 20-year time jump and brought in Cassie Cage, I'd be like, wow, that's bold.
That'd be crazy. Maybe eventually they would. Who knows? Who knows? All right. Well, there's our Mortal Kombat 2 talk. Now we're going to bring on some people right now. Mr. Ernie Altbacker is here, returning to the Vodka stream. What is happening, sir? You are muted, so unmute your mic. Is your mic unmuted? Let's see.
There we go.
There we go. What's going on, sir?
Glenlivet.
Okay. Nice. Delicious. Well, cheers to you. I got to refill my drink.
14, baby. Glenlivet 14. Got it as a gift. And I was like, this is going to be the perfect time to bust it out. Boy, I was, you know what? I'm listening here and I'm like, oh, don't bring me on at this high level Mortal Kombat discussion. I know nothing.
I wanted to make sure that we got the Mortal Kombat talk out, because I know, like, you know.
I don't know enough to have this conversation.
Yeah.
I remember playing maybe the first iteration of the game, and I was like, I was so lame. I was terrible at it. The guy that I could make some headway with was the lizard guy.
Right? Reptile.
Reptile, yeah. Yeah, he was a secret character in the first one, right? He was like the secret character of the first one, and then
I think so, yeah.
And then he was a character in the second one, yeah.
He was definitely in 3.
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
I used him in 3.
Yeah, no, he was a character also in 2, but yeah, it was. But yeah, I remember him, like, I forgot even how. I mean, I remember Jade was a secret character, I think, in the second one as well. Like, you had to do certain things. I mean, that was what was cool about the Mortal Kombat games, is like you can have those secret characters. I know, like, I think Smoke was a secret character in like the third one or something like that. Or no, not the third one, it was the second one also. I don't know. There was like they always had a cool thing where you had secret characters. But like, you know, but Ernie, for me, I was like, I played the first 3 games religiously, but then when it came to 4 and on, I was like, I lost, you know, touch with the whole thing. So, and there's some things that they brought in to the movies where I was like, I don't know what that is. I don't know that character. You know, like, this character showed up in the 4th or 5th one. I don't know who that is. You know, so like, I'm not, you know, so I get a little, so I don't know everything about it, but you know, with these movies, obviously they're trying to keep with the course kind of stuff, but I get it though. Yeah, but it's fun. I don't know. These movies are fun, and
Yes, they are.
yeah, I was telling my dad, he didn't really know like the stuff. I'm like, yeah, the video games are just like, I mean, they were made popular because they were fighting games that had blood and fatalities, like you killed the people. It was like, so that's what they're best known for. But there is a cool little story behind it. And I think with this one, they really dove into it more than the first one, because the first one they were trying to like introduce it to a new audience, which is what you have to do, which is probably why they did the Cole character, which is like a brand new character, which is what you got to do when you're trying to introduce a new audience to it. But this one was like full on like, oh man, if you're a Mortal Kombat fan, you just like, I'm sitting there like, oh, I know that the staging area for that, oh, I know that, oh, I know what they're talking about with that, oh, that, so it was cool.
I mean, the trailer looks fantastic.
Yeah.
I remember I did for a little while play the Upright game. So, that's how old I am. Raiden forever, baby.
Raiden's awesome, man. I mean, nothing wrong with Raiden. All right, we're going to bring on Ronan right now. What's happening, sir?
What's up, muchachos?
How you doing?
Hello, Ernie.
How you doing?
I'm Lily. So here's the thing. In like 20, 25 minutes, I'm going to go watch Mortal Kombat.
Are you really?
Go.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so hopefully it's good. But all the word of mouth been saying that like Katana is like the star, and I'm like, that's awesome. Especially, I'm a fan of what's her name, Adeline Rudolph, the actress that plays her.
Yeah,
she was in the Hellboy movie, Crooked Man, like the very low budget movie, and I liked her in that movie. So, yeah, so I was like, all right, cool. Yeah, so I'm hopeful for it.
Yeah, no, she's great. She handles her own, and I mean, it was like, because I wasn't sure. I was like, is this more centralized on Johnny Cage or Katana? I would say that it's a little bit more with Katana than Johnny Cage, but they do a good balance between both of them being like, it revolves around both of them, because Katana is very much in the world, and if you know the character, why she's very pivotal to all this, and Shao Kahn and everything. But then they're like, oh yeah, but it's also Johnny Cage is getting introduced to this world, and he's just a fucking fish out of water, which is what that makes that great, because you got somebody who's very much in the world, and then you got somebody who's a fish out of the water, and it's pretty good. And so I think that was a good balance that they had.
Good. Yeah. I'm just hoping this and Street Fighter deliver, but we'll see.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. I know Street Fighter will be the next one. We'll see how it compares when it comes to that. And now we're gonna bring on.
Hey, Christopher, what you up to?
What's up, Chris?
Howdy.
Yes. How you doing?
Hey, Chris.
Good. Hey.
Chris, were you ever a Mortal Kombat fan? Are you planning on seeing that?
I played a lot of the games.
Yeah.
I've seen things that were called movies of them, and I'm a big fan of the first one. The second one existed.
Are you talking about the original first?
Oh yeah, the original. Yeah,
Annihilation was horrible.
New haircut for Raiden.
Yeah, there were choices that were made, and saw the new first one, and during pandemic, and I was like, huh.
Yeah.
There. Oh yeah, there's no tournament. Okay, so what is this again?
Yeah, there was like but I think I might want to give the second one a try. I know it feels like
I'll catch it on the stream. It's not the priority right now.
Yeah,
but,
I get it. It's not something.
But I'm a big fan of the games. I'm kind of rolling through them on my handheld right now with some of the way back updates, when they started adding in like Terminator and Alien and Predator. Like I was like, oh my gosh, when those finally go on sale, that's what I'm rocking this summer.
That's awesome. But it's not something you're gonna take your kids to. That's for damn sure. So even though there's somebody that took their kids to my screening, I was like, oh, you gotta be kidding! What? Why are you taking this is an R-rated movie where people get freaking killed in very gruesome ways. What are we doing here? But
at those moments, I think just simply back to what Keanu Reeves' character said in Parenthood. You need a car. You need a license to drive a car. You need a license to own a gun. They'll let any, he had some other colorful metaphors. A jerk to become a parent, right? To become a parent, and it's true. It's
That's Keanu Reeves in the back whoa days, that line
Right.
was given to him, and man, that truer words have never been spoken.
Seriously, yeah. You're
Dave,
right.
were the kids closer to like teenagers or just young kids?
They were young kids.
Okay, never mind.
Like,
Yeah,
they were like, I mean, I remember like I had to go to the bathroom, and I walked through, and I was like, there was like probably a kid who was like 5 years old sitting on someone's lap. And I was like, Jesus Christ, you're bringing that? All right, I'm like, hey, don't, that seems to happen a lot when with these movies where it's just like, all right, that's choice. Fine, if you want them to see, somebody gets sliced in half very gruesomely or impaled. All right.
Therapy bills are nice.
I guess so. I mean, introduce him. I mean, but at the same time, I did watch, Terminator movies young and stuff. So
did I. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess, whatever, it's fine. But, anyways, let's talk about some DC stuff, and then we'll talk about DC stuff before you leave here, Ronan. Obviously, we got a new cast member in Man of Tomorrow. The movie that is just overstuffed with so many freaking actors, right?
They call Doomsday a cameo fest.
People need jobs.
Yeah. But yeah, we got Matthew Lillard, who just seems like just such a likable dude. I never heard like a bad thing about him. It seems,
Same.
It just seems like he's always just, except for from Quentin Tarantino.
Right.
But what happened with Quentin?
He just said that Quentin Tarantino with Paul Dano is one of the worst actors.
Oh, that's
yeah,
right.
he when he was doing the Paul Dano slamming, he brought up Matthew Lillard in another interview, and it was just like, Jesus.
Oh, Uncle Quentin.
You're bringing in Lillard now? He's such a likable dude.
What did I do?
Put the joint down, Quentin. Put the joint down.
It's like,
from out of nowhere, too.
Yeah. It was like, what the hell, man?
And you know what? It ended up bringing the Lillard moment back, and everyone's even more in love with him. So thank you, Quentin.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it kind of helped the career a little bit. It kind of did help his career a little bit because all of a sudden he's just having a renaissance. I mean, he's got the what is it? The Five Nights at Freddy.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Those were kicking ass. And then he shows up in Daredevil season 2, and I like his character. I think his character is great. He's kind of mysterious. Yeah. He's not like, he's not in it a lot, but he's in it just enough where you go, huh. Yeah. You're going to be in this, and you're going to be in more things, MCU, because especially if you watch the finale and watch the whole series, you kind of just go, oh yeah, you're definitely going to be showing up in something in the future. But and then all of a sudden he gets cast in Man of Tomorrow, and it's just like sweet. But now it's like, and I love this whole thing because obviously there's still the mystery of Adria Arjona. We still don't have confirmation fully who she is.
Diana, please.
I keep on saying Maxima when it comes to like Deadline articles and stuff like that she is in fact Maxima, and for the most part she probably is. But the fact that James Gunn refuses to still, because he probably sees how people are still like, oh, we still don't know who this is, and it's still a mystery. And maybe he's like, you know what? Let's not say anything yet. This is keeping the hype up. This is keeping things going. Yeah. So when they announce Matthew Lillard, now people are going, well, who the hell is Matthew Lillard? So I don't know. I'm like, when I saw people going, he's Commissioner Gordon, I went, let's pump the brakes on that a little bit. Like, Ernie, could you see a Matthew Lillard Commissioner Gordon?
Ooh, I don't know. I don't know. I do want to say I met him once during a voice record, and he is the nicest guy.
Yes.
Put him through some terrible Scooby dialogue.
Nice.
But yeah, he's great. And to everybody who said hi, I'm not being a jerk. For some reason, my I can't connect StreamYard with my YouTube, and it won't let me join the chat.
You can't respond. Oh, then don't worry about that. Everybody, don't worry.
It just always says, "Whoops, we're having trouble," and I'm like, "You've been having trouble for like 5 years," So one day I guess I have to call him and see what the problem is. But I know that's going to be a 3-hour odyssey.
Yeah, probably. But no, that's fine. But so you met him. So you met him through voice act? So it was something for Scooby Doo?
It was Scooby Doo and the WWE 2, the one with the Undertaker. I wrote that. All those wrestlers were very fun.
Nice.
And the Miz is actually a great guy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we just brought up the Miz. Yeah.
I don't want to stop you from your dreams of he's terrible, but boy, he was like, he would do anything for a laugh, and he would stay. His handler was like, we got to go to WrestleMania, advertising or whatever, and he's like, no, we got to get this right. And one time, what the director was like, can you do like a high-pitched girly scream like you're away? And he was just like, 1 second. Right. And he asked some of the other tough wrestlers, and they were like, no, I will not do that. Miz is game for anything, man. But yes, so
that's good. Good that he's a good person.
Yeah. Matthew's awesome.
But yeah, I think, I don't know about you guys think, but immediately I was like, you know what? They probably won't cast him like this, but in an alternate universe, I could see him as a Booster Gold, probably. Put him in the suit, why not? See what he's been through, but I doubt it.
Yeah, that would be neat.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we know that there is a Booster Gold series that is still in development. Now, I mean, there's always been the rumors that what's his name is going to be him, that comedian actor
Kumail Nanjiani.
Oh, yeah, there you go. That it might be him, and we've seen him hanging out with like people from that world. So like it was like, oh yeah, there could be that, but I mean, there's a laundry list of people. I saw a lot of Commissioner Gordon, but I'm like, why would Commissioner Gordon be in Man of Tomorrow? Like, why do we need a Commissioner Gordon unless you're going to set up? I guess if you were trying to set up Batman Brave and the Bold or something like that, but why would you? It seems a little strange where and I'm just like, hey, as much as I love this guy, Commissioner Gordon, I want somebody, I want, Kevin Bacon, or I want Josh Brolin. I don't know. I want like a more of a, grittier, and Lillard's a little too, he's goofier than that. So then you start thinking of like, and I like the idea of like a Ted Kord or something like that. That would be.
Ooh, I'd buy that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sweet. He doesn't necessarily. I was thinking about this the other day, and I could see him maybe being Dead Man.
Yeah, there's a Dead Man.
I don't think that's like a Man of Tomorrow kind of thing, but just
Austin Brand,
a little far out there, but
And James Gunn has teased Dead Man. He's posted Dead Man images numerous times. So we're gonna bring in William right now. Hey, what's up, William?
I think he's G. Gordon Godfrey.
Hey, William.
How you doing, William? William will be able to answer this question. You know what? Like Matthew plays a lot. He plays a lot of reporter characters, and he could play dark or funny, right? Like that one with the Mexican cartels. I was like, holy crap, he's a really good actor. But what is the character in the Superman like mythos in the 50s? It's like something McGee, Scooter McGee, or something like that.
William, you're muted. Yeah, something McGee. Yeah, and then there was even there you go, William. You're good. Nope, you're still muted. Test. 1, 2, 3. Test.
Snapper car. There it is.
Yes,
got it.
Thank you.
I could see him as a funny snapper car, like chasing him around, trying to get the scoop over Jimmy Olsen. No, no.
Yeah, you're still muted. You might have to. Oh, there you go. Now you're not. Now you're not.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good now.
When it comes to we're talking about Matthew Lillard.
Yeah,
I think the most important thing is not to typecast him. Gordon doesn't make any sense in Man of Tomorrow, but I could clearly see him playing Gordon because he's literally paid to be someone else. Yeah. And his previous roles aren't as relevant to the way you do what you're asked to do at the time you're asked to do it. I think that's the problem with, in my opinion, what happened with Jim Carrey. I think people thought of him with the buffoonery, but he can do so much more. But he does. I don't know if he gets offered those kind of roles because when you think of him, you think of a head out of a rhinoceros's ass, and so I kind of don't want to see.
That is so funny. I was just watching a podcast today, and they were talking about like how Jim Carrey is more recognized as coming out of a rhino's ass more than Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, which is arguably like his best performance, which I think it is. I think that's like, I love that movie so much. And I've been a Jim Carrey fan since Ace Ventura, obviously. Obviously we love his comedic work, but then when it's like people don't realize like, oh shit, he actually can do serious. So you bring up a good point. I mean, that's why in Daredevil, when you have Matthew Lillard, his character is not like, he's not goofy. Like he's not like overly goofy or anything like that. He actually is kind of like, you're kind of scratching your head, kind of going like, who is this guy? He's mysterious. He's got, he's not like a Matthew Lillard, like, being goofy. So I'm like, even when it comes to Gordon, I mean, do I want him as Gordon? No, I don't think he's Gordon. But it could be something to be like James Gunn's like, well, we're going to be doing something kind of crazy right here. Sure. But I don't know. Yeah. It could.
Did you watch Brokeback Mountain and think of Joker?
Yeah, I know, right?
That's valid.
Yeah.
I would say also Truman Show. And then he had that one with the number that was a horror. What is it?
Number 23. Yeah. That movie was crazy.
Man on the Moon is one of my all-time favorites.
Right. Do you not know who he is in Daredevil? You know, right?
I forgot who he is. What's his name?
Mr. Charles.
He's a CIA handler. He works for Delta.
Well, he's like but he's a CIA, guy. I keep waiting for the Kingpin to crush his head.
There's if you watch this season, there's a couple times where you go, huh?
Yeah, I'm like, boy, are you poking the bear here, man?
Oh yeah, he definitely does poke the bear. He definitely
does.
Oh, the thing with the doctor, the hug. Whoo.
Oh yeah, that
big old hug.
Yeah.
So but I mean, I mean, I guess we don't always have to assume that he is playing some kind of goofy character, but there was like, obviously Plastic Man was always put out there, and I've always seen that Matthew Lillard should play Plastic Man, and James Gunn has said he wanted to do a Plastic Man movie with Matthew Lillard, but this was back in this is 20 years ago during the Scooby-Doo era where this was mentioned, and it's like, I mean, but that doesn't necessarily mean, it could mean that maybe it is still Plastic Man, just older,
Well, then at that point, do Elongated Man if they wanted to kind of
really want to do Ralph Dibny, because then you're gonna but then you're gonna have fans just clamoring for Identity Crisis, and that all
really fans are gonna. I mean, I do appreciate that series. It's what got me back into comics, but I don't know if people are gonna be clamoring for Identity Crisis.
Yeah, I can't see that translating over into motion picture.
I don't know. I'd like to see Deathstroke break Green Lantern's wrist. That'd be funny.
I mean, I like Deathstroke like taking down the league as much as the next person. I mean, come on, it's gonna be a cool action sequence.
It's funny. Mentioning Deathstroke, I actually saw a Nerdist post that someone possibly might be directing
two people.
Deathstroke. Yeah, is it two? I only saw one.
There's two now. That got brought up. I know. I totally forgot that movie might happen, and I was like, "What the hell?"
Not necessarily a fan of the history of him.
Yeah, well, there was let's see, when it came to that, there was Greg Matola, who was a front runner, and his directing credits were Superbad and Paul.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, okay.
Deathstroke, perfect.
Yeah, he also did episodes of Peacemaker, so he's already done stuff. And then there was I forgot the other director. I didn't retweet it. There was another director who fits more because he directed Nobody and Hardcore Harry. And I went, okay, Hardcore Henry. If you guys remember that movie, like a video game first person. Okay, that makes more sense because it's two crazy action movies. So I was like, okay.
None of those names scare me because You like once again, same thing with the actor. You can't go on their past history because Jonathan Demme did married to the mob, and then turned around and did Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah.
Well, then you've also got the Russo brothers who did You, Me, and Dupree, and then they did The Winter Soldier.
Yes.
Fair.
That's the thing. It's like we always, when you look at like the directing credits, you can't. I mean, I was like, when I saw it, I'm like, wow, that's so random, because I totally forgot that this movie was not really confirmed. Like, James Gunn hasn't even confirmed the movie is even part of this whole thing. And then we haven't heard anything about it for a while. And then all of a sudden it was like, oh yeah, so-and-so is on the short list. And I was like, wow, that's freaking random. The guy who did Superbad might be directing the Deathstroke and Bane movie. And like, so random, but yeah. So, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, you can't always just like pin somebody like what we were saying. You can't typecast them, because you can get
You can't judge a book by its cover. I'll fully own that.
Yeah.
Yeah. To me, it's Seth Rogen and Evan Goldberg. They did all those comedy movies, and then they did Preacher, and then The Boys, and like, it's like, I feel like they have that much range, and I feel like anybody out there who does a 180 could do that if they're into the genre or into the character.
Well, it's basic storytelling. Because if you look at every story ever told, ever written and put on screen, there's a certain genetics of each and every one, no matter whether it's a comedy, whether it's horror. There are certain things that a storyteller can do no matter what the genre is. It just hasn't been asked of him in certain situations. And we as fans want to impart what we've seen them do onto what they can do. And that's not always fair. Sometimes it's fair, but a lot of times it's not. Like I said, there's plenty of examples to where these people that sit down, these directors, these producers, these showrunners, are having conversations that us fans will never have with a storyteller, and they're picking their brains and finding out things about them that we won't.
Look at even the first Joker, well, both Joker movies, but the first Joker movie is Todd Phillips. I mean, it's the guy who did the fucking Hangover movies and Road Trip, and it's like all of a sudden he does Joker, and people are like, Todd Phillips is doing what? And then all of a sudden it's $1 billion movie that gets nominated for Academy Awards. And it's like,
and think about it like this. I'll even add to that from what I originally said. Like, you look at your comedians who are sometimes your best dramatic actors. To your point, William, the guy who directs comedies can sometimes get to a darker place or go to a different level if you give them the chance. So I mean, I'm never going to be like, oh, I'm not going to see it just because of that. It's just, it's what we got to go on. But again, wait and see. We don't have proof of concept. We don't even know if this happened. It's still quote unquote in development, so it doesn't mean anything until we start seeing, it's a real thing.
The thing with Hollywood, the executives, is it's a lot easier for them if you fit into a box, right? So like, this is a comedy guy. If all of a sudden the comedy guy goes, man, I want to do like a serious movie about the Amish and existential crisis of using fertilizer instead of horse manure, and they're going to go, dude, you're Farty McFarterson, and you're supposed to do that number 4 or whatever. Like, they do not want you out of the box because it's a risk for them, and if you fall flat on your face, it's their ass. So that's why you hear it all the time with actors. Right? What Matthew McConaughey is just offered all those roles. He's like, no, I'm not doing anything until I get a good role. And he does Dallas Buyers Club and wins an Oscar.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, look at Robin Williams. Robin Williams, to me, his career is what Jim Carrey's, but he made the move towards forcing more roles on his dramatic roles before Jim Carrey did. And I think that's the major difference, because Jim Carrey should have been nominated for Eternal Sunshine. But I think the Academy looks at him and sees Ace Ventura.
Yeah, and they should have nominated for Truman Show as well.
Yeah, and he has the resume. He's done that. Man on the Moon too. He's done those movies, and he has those in his repertoire. But he's done so much of the buffoonery, and I'm just giving it that name, not knocking it. But that's like a weight on his career, and I don't think that's fair. I wish he would do more movies. I hope he's not as retired as he said he is, because that guy, there's a dimension in there that is yet to be.
We're talking about William. He's been cloned. He's not even the same guy.
He's also going to be in Sonic 4, so he's technically not retired.
Yeah.
Yeah, but see, that's nothing against Sonic 4. Not my cup of tea. I'm not going to go see it.
He's the main reason why I love those movies, because, it's 90s Jim Carrey.
He's a good Eggman.
Yeah,
he's or rather Dr. Robotnik, whatever the fuck they're calling him. But yeah, he's a good Dr. Robotnik. I was actually a little hesitant about that because I grew up playing Sonic the Hedgehog 2, and when I saw that he was cast, I was like, that could go one of two ways. That could go really bad, or that could be really fucking awesome. Luckily, it turned out to be really fucking awesome, and they made him more Dr. Robotnik as the movies went on, and I'm very, very curious to see how they bring him back for the fourth movie, because the fourth movie, the antagonist of that movie is obviously going to be Metal Sonic. So how the fuck Dr. Robotnik factors into that, couldn't tell you, because the ending of movie 3, well, yeah, I don't know how you survive that, but whatever. It's a video game movie. Anything can happen.
Very true. And Ronan,
he's never even been nominated. Well, that's
Ronan, go enjoy yourself some MK. I know you got to get out of here. So
thank you, muchachos. Wish I could stay longer, but yeah.
Now enjoy some fatalities.
Fight will leave your jaw on the floor. Just saying.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah.
Okay. Duly noted.
Yeah. All right, man.
Take care, boys.
Appreciate you, and then I appreciate you, Mr. Vendetta, right here for the $5 super chat. The problem with DC is they can't move on from Gotham and Metropolis, Superman, Batman, cul-de-sac, kind of how Star Wars can't move away from Skywalker. Is it? I don't think it's exactly
remotely close.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the same.
William, the fact.
Oh no! Okay, Can you bring that back up, please?
Yeah.
The major difference between those two is you have 85 years of those characters in DC being the roots for everything else that goes on in DC.
Right.
It's not the cul-de-sac that the Skywalker thing is. No. We've been dealing with the same fucking family since 1977, all of my life, pretty much. And there is no fear to go away from certain things like that, because when you bring up Batman, you bring up Superman, now you're talking about Justice League. Now you're talking about Green Lantern. Now you're talking about Wonder Woman, and all those characters, hundreds of characters that are built on those characters. I can't say that about Star Wars because we always come back to the same family.
Hell, they'll even back on that, William. I am, because, like, and I don't mean to cut you off or be rude, but you're kind of simplifying Star Wars to the Skywalker family, and I don't really think
they did it. I didn't do it. They did it.
No, I'm going to disagree, and here's why. Because you don't get something like Rogue One, Solo, or Andor by any way of the Skywalker family at all. Like, none of those three projects, or even Skeleton Crew.
50 fucking years, and that's the handful of shit that I got outside of that.
But also keep in mind, Lucasfilm was an independent studio that did not have the money to back any future projects until
Disney got it now.
Them. Right. So, again, you're talking about 85 years worth of history with characters that have, the backing of Warner Brothers and have had the backing of Warner Brothers since 1969, whereas Lucasfilm in the last 14 years has only just been bought by Disney. So, again, how fair is the comparison there between the two?
I'm saying it's not fair. One of them is not. You can't compare the two. You can't compare the diversity of what DC's done with the time and the characters that they've had, what Star Wars hasn't done with the time and the characters that they had. It's just no comparison. I agree there.
And I'm just saying, I think you're being a little reductive in regards to Star Wars. And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm just saying, like, when we talk about Star Wars, that's your go-to thing, and I get where you're coming from. But again, it's not all about the Skywalker saga anymore.
Okay, I'll meet you here. Too much of it is.
Fair.
I think when it comes to the movies, yes, and but I mean, you even have Mandalorian Grogu is loosely connected, but they were trying to do something. I think like the whole Grogu thing and him being like a baby Yoda kind of was like, that was like the thing that everyone was like, oh my god,
It
did its job.
What Grogu does is, give people an idea of like, hey, what would it be like if we saw Yoda from a very young age, even though this technically isn't Yoda?
Yeah.
And I think in that aspect, it works. So we'll see in 2 weeks when that movie comes out, like how much juice is in the tank for Star Wars at the box office. But I think Chris brought it up a couple episodes ago, how this one isn't necessarily the test. It's going to be Starfighter. That's going to be the real test.
Yeah, this one, like, I know when people are saying it's going to flop, it's not going to flop. Is it going to do like gangbusters? I don't think it's going to do gangbusters. I think it's going to do very well on Disney Plus. I think it's going to be a big hit on Disney Plus for sure. But yeah, you're right. Starfighter is going to be the true like litmus test of like where this franchise can go. You have the star power of Ryan Gosling. You got a story that is not really going to be like, you know, what we're talking about. That's not going to be connected to the Skywalker saga, at least that we know. And so
it takes place a few years after Rise of Skywalker. But
yeah. And then we're hearing that, I mean, there's supposed to be the Rey Skywalker like sequel kind of movie, and we don't even know if that's even going to be a thing. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting. Well, but yeah, I think you're right.
Even Filoni, since he's taken over creatively, you know, he mentioned that even his movie that he was working on with Thrawn and, you know, the something of the Empire. It's got Empire in the title.
Heir to the Empire?
Heir to the Empire. Thank you. Yes, that. He's even said like that's on the back burner, like right now. And I think that's intentional because they want to see what can they do on the live action front in film with Star Wars again. And I think Mandalorian and Grogu is safe in a certain respect because you have a familiar character with audiences and people love this character, even though season 3 was kind of mixed in terms of reception. But I do think that it is kind of a safe choice to make a movie about him because even then when he debuted, you know, a lot of people were like, I would take a movie with Mandalorian and Grogu. And now we're getting that. And of course, now there's all this online crying about, you know, should this even be a movie? It's probably going to flop. And I'm going to kind of take a page out of Williams' book too. I think the Mandalorian and Grogu film, if this film makes between $500 and $600 million at the box office, Lucasfilm will be happy. I don't think it needs to make anything more than that to be, you know, a true big hit. But that's just me.
It's going to be big on Disney Plus.
I agree with that. I think it'll be big on Disney Plus.
And I think they know that. And then we're like, we're gonna get box office money. We're gonna get a lot of people clicking on it on Disney Plus. You know, it's just the way it is now. We live in a world where a movie can have a second life now on streaming. If you want to look at it like that, you know, obviously, you know, a lot of people like hate the fact that, oh yeah, you know, streaming is just killing the movie theaters, which in a way, yes, it kind of is, because some people will just be like, I'll just watch it on streaming. But for the most part, it seems like in the past couple of years, people are flocking to the movie theaters. I mean, it seems even with Mortal Kombat, I'm kind of curious to see. It did well with I think it got like almost 6 million with the preview with Thursday night showings. I think it's going to do fairly well, and it's going to warrant a third movie, which I hope it does. I think because I love the world and everything. So, but then at the same time, when this one goes on HBO Max, it's probably going to be a big hit on HBO Max. First one was a hit on HBO Max. So
to be fair, the first one was also a day and date release too.
That's very true. Yeah.
It still made money at the box office on top of the fact that it was a day and date, which is funny to me.
I forget that was like during the pandemic.
So did Dune. So did Dune. So did Godzilla vs. Kong. But Jason Kylar was a dummy. Everybody would tell me how horrible that was, and I'm like, dude.
No, I didn't think. I thought it was smart. Yeah, I thought it was smart. Like they had to figure out something. So,
I mean, look at Godzilla vs. Kong. That movie did really, really well, and it was also a day and date movie too.
Yeah,
the very first one.
Yeah, that movie. You're kind of missing on Mandalorian and Grogu. That comes out. Say it only does do a terrible 350 to 400 million. They got $250 million in Grogu and Mandalorian dolls coming in for Christmas. Okay, that's what it launches. There's a theme park coming. Yes. It wouldn't surprise me with this Mortal Kombat if at the end of the run or something that a new video game is going to come out, or if not by Christmas.
It's funny you mentioned that because there's rumors swirling that NetherRealm is not only working on a third possible Injustice game, they are also tinkering with the next Mortal Kombat movie or game. So, wouldn't shock me if another Mortal Kombat game is in the pipeline.
People got to realize that it's not just the box office number. There's so many other factors of what keeps the IP alive. It's not just the box office. Of course, when it comes to discourse, fandom discourse, it's all about box office. It's all about this and that. But it's like, no, you got to look at streaming numbers, PVOD numbers, merchandise. And that's why there's never going to be a definitive. There's never going to be a definitive how much money did this make, you know, versus this movie or that movie, because you have, you know, merchandise, you have, you know, you have streaming, you have all this other stuff like that, and then you don't know what they did to do tax write-offs to get the budget down, and and then even having things within the movie where, you know, plot, product placement and all this kind of stuff. You're never going to know for sure. Of like, the only thing I just go is like, hey, is there a sequel?
You know what I really want from Mortal Kombat?
Huh?
I want current comics for Mortal Kombat. I want like that'd
be cool.
I would love like a comic run of Mortal Kombat, you know, just to see some kind of narrative lore expansion on, just doesn't even have to tie into the movies. Like I don't really care about that. I would love to see some
absolute Mortal Kombat. Yeah, there we go.
I mean, sure. You know, you're selling the absolute stuff like hotcakes. We get it. Yes. But no, I want to see, like, you know, the Scorpion Sub-Zero story done in comic book form. Like, I want to see, basically, I kind of want to see how, if DC because obviously, you know, Warner Brothers owns New Line Cinema. New Line Cinema has the rights to Mortal Kombat and NetherRealm Studios. They're obviously owned by Warner Brothers Games, all that shit. I would like to see if DC could crack Mortal Kombat in the same way that Marvel cracked Star Wars comics, and how they expand the world in that sense. I would love to see Mortal Kombat get that kind of, you know, expansion, but that's just me.
Well, and Mortal Kombat's done good in animation too. I mean,
right.
That Scorpion fucking animated movie was fantastic.
Oh man, Scorpion's Revenge.
Yeah.
Scorpion's Revenge. Oh, I love that movie.
That was great. That was absolutely, and you know, and that's why, you know, and that's what I liked about the first one, that that was like a focus. I mean, it wasn't the main focus, but it was, you know, it started off with it started off with Scorpion and Sub-Zero, that whole thing.
Yeah.
And then of course you have the Cole Young story within the middle of it, and then it kind of ends also with these, because obviously Cole ties to Scorpion, and so like those are some of the best moments of the first one. And so that's what's cool about that, is like there's so many things, especially with Mortal Kombat, that you can do spin-offs, and you could do those types of stories in animation and everything. And it's pretty cool. So hey, we got Paul joining in right here.
Hey guys, what's up?
Paul,
I'm wearing the hat you got me.
Yeah, that you are, sir. Well,
what kind of hat is that?
Gengar.
Oh, okay.
Gengar, the ghost poison type from Generation 1 of Pokemon.
Yeah, I don't.
I was wondering what was. I was going to ask. Couldn't.
No, so
real quick, I wanted to ask Ernie, where did you get that Batman hat?
Ooh, yeah, it's good.
Is that vintage?
You know, I don't know. I mean, this was like I hadn't seen like the old Batman.
The 66 Batman logo.
And I don't think it was at Comic-Con. Usually, I mean, if you go, there is it's called the Tower of Shirts or something like that. And they have shirts and hats for days over there. But I actually went into like a store, like it was a Gap or something. And
sometimes,
you know, sometimes they have like a Star Wars shirt or a Repop, but it was like 25 years ago. And I'm like, $7.99. Okay.
Yeah.
You know?
Sometimes you could just walk into like some of those stores and you just find like a good hat or a good shirt where you go, holy shit. And then you'll never see that ever again. Like, I don't know how many times that's happened. I remember one time I walked into a Hot Topic. It was a long time ago. And I found a fucking, you know, just an awesome Pulp Fiction shirt, which was Sam Jackson on it. And it had his little speech, his little quote that he did before he killed somebody, just on the shirt. I've never seen that shirt ever again. And you could probably find it online, but it was just like one of those where it's like, and I remember wearing that, and every time I wore it, somebody would be like, fucking cool shirt, man. You know, it's just one of those shirts that was like, you just didn't see him around. And then, but then you never see anything like that, you know, in a Hot Topic again. You don't see that anymore. But yeah, sometimes you just walk into and you go, holy shit, I have to have this.
Yeah, you know? the worst one is probably Walmart at doing that. I found like great, like 80s Ninja Turtle style stuff, and then I'll go in and I never see it ever again. So it's like, you know, it is what it is.
Little gems, man. Sometimes that's why, like, I always tell people, like, if you're like hesitant because you're like, man, should I buy this? Maybe I shouldn't buy this. Like, no, if it's something like where you go, holy shit, I'm probably never gonna see this again, just buy it. Just go, because you're gonna regret it, because you're never gonna find it ever again. It's gonna disappear.
You do what you like.
Yes. It's like, just do it, man. Just do it. But good to see you, Paul.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. Did you see Mortal Kombat 2?
I just came back from seeing it actually with a buddy of mine. I dropped him off and then I came back home and then I almost forgot about the stream and then you hit me up basically.
Yeah.
So, you know, but yeah, so real quick, I am not an aficionado of the Mortal Kombat lore. I don't know all that much. I know some of the characters like Johnny Cage or Raiden or Sonya Blade, stuff like that. Like, but I have a very base level understanding of the overall franchise.
Nothing wrong with that. No.
Yeah, I think the original 95 movie is like fun schlock, you know. It's just one of those like old, you know, it's just like it's like a more of a nostalgia fest kind of movie, I feel, but it's like, you know, it's fun for what it is. And I never saw the sequels after that.
There's only one.
The one before this should have been called Mortal Kombat Beginnings or Origins because that's what it basically was. And they made their own new character that like nobody cared about. And I think that was shown in this movie as well. So that being said, I liked it for what it was. And I heard everything all over the map, which was that it was bad. It was great from Phil. And I had a friend that said it was okay. And I kind of fall in the okay category. I do think, at least from what I've seen and from what I know, I think so far, it's the best Mortal Kombat movie that they've ever made. But as someone that doesn't know the lore extensively, I think it was okay. Like, I enjoyed what I got. Yeah. But I'll probably check out the next one. I will say this one was much better than the one before, for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
that's I think I'm right there with you, but I'm a little bit more familiar with the lore, and I probably liked it a little bit more than you do. You did. Yeah, no, that's totally, for somebody who doesn't know much about it, I think that makes sense. I think a lot of people, I mean, when I saw the embargo lifted and, you know, it was, of course, you know, people the headlines have to always be like, you know, the new movie is better than the first, but it's not flawless, you know, and they have to do that thing because of flawless victory being like the term in Mortal Kombat. It's like, ooh, I've seen that freaking the use of flawless like 6 times before you guys used it, Hollywood Reporter. But it's just like, I always love that when they have to do that. And I was like, and it was just like, oh yeah, you know, and my consensus was like, oh yeah, it was like, wait, so I'm seeing like it sucks, but that doesn't suck as much. Is that what I'm getting at?
So they're trying to pull a David Caruso?
It's
no,
I mean, it gets the job done. I mean, the highlight is Karl Urban as Johnny Cage, who I think realistically, I thought they were gonna, because, you know, the current games, as far as I know, have been following from the original in real time. So Johnny Cage now is a guy in like his late 40s, early 50s.
Right.
And in this one, you get him like that right off the bat, and they make it a joke about him being like a relic of the 90s, basically. So, yeah, I mean, basically, it's the best performance in the movie. I think I like the fact, though, that they still brought Kano back, and he's still a fun highlight. Like, everything he says is pretty funny, or at least within character. I like that. I just like the fact that we spend a lot of time off of Earth, and it really is in the other world and all that stuff.
It's the outworld. There's like barely, I don't think there's really much. It's really just the beginning with Johnny Cage that's on Earth, and then all of a sudden it's just there's basically most of the time you're not on Earth. So that's good. Yeah, I like that too.
And 90% of the time someone's fighting, which is what it should be. It's Mortal Kombat, and it's you know, it's in a stage, it's in a multiple level thing on one time, it's doing a thing, you know. But like, I mean, I liked it for what it was, you know. And again, it goes for, you know, people that are into it. Like, I would not judge somebody who went to Super Mario Galaxy and hated it if they don't know the Mario games. I know I do, so I enjoyed it a lot. But I'm not going to hate someone for not liking that movie, you know.
And that just brought up something that I thought about. You know, a lot of critics really kind of shat on the Super Mario Galaxy movie, called it a redux of the first movie. And, you know, they didn't really level set their expectations, right? But when it came to this one, they were like, oh yeah, it's Mortal Kombat. It's following up from the first film, but it does everything better. And I'm just like, okay, why the fuck could you not apply that same kind of logic there to Super Mario? Like, you know what you're getting into, and yet you still came out expecting Citizen fucking Kane. And that's the thing that kind of bugs me about a lot of these goofy critics. Like, even just scrolling through Mortal Kombat's either rotten or fresh responses. If you look at some of the rotten responses, half of them are just garbled bullshit just thrown together to just shit on the movie. And I'm like, how are you even certified? How are you even a critic on Rotten Tomato? How does this even make any fucking sense at all?
Well, I saw one where it said like the Mortal Kombat fans deserve better than this. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm seeing a lot of Mortal Kombat fans enjoying the shit out of this. So I was like, I was like, it seemed like a lot of Mortal Kombat fans were actually, they were like, oh yeah, this is more of what we wanted because it was the tournament. It was not on Earth. It had the characters that we know. It had the characters that do their moves. And yeah, it was
funny.
Like,
you mentioned that because Ed Boon did an interview with IGN, and I think the interviewer asked him, like, how did you guys approach doing the sequel, this, that? And Boone was like, well, we had a checklist. We took in feedback from things people wanted from the first movie. And Boone was like, well, we want Johnny Cage, number one. Number two, we want it to be the fucking tournament, number two. And everything else was just kind of cherry on top after that. So they listen. They did. See what happens when you listen to your fan base? Good things happen.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then so people are disappointed and upset, and no one's ever happy.
Very true. Very
true. I mean,
childhood ruiner. We're in our childhood.
Ernie, did you have a hand in this? I think I saw your name on that producer list.
Standing to Batman, hush. Oh God, I wish. But yeah, there's a minimum 10% on either side. Yeah. Will hate and love to death anything. Could be the worst piece of crap. Yeah. Could be the Citizen Kane. 10% will hate it.
Yeah.
But it's 10 to 20, right? Yeah. So you're only going for about the 60% in the middle. That's why if anything gets above a 6 like rating, it could be amazing. Well,
and it was funny too because even like the producer, Todd Garner, people were giving like shit to him, like, oh, he's going around and giving shit to critics and stuff like that. And it's like, no, he's just backing up his movie. Like, I didn't see him like going crazy about it. He was just going like, he was saying these certain critics didn't understand, like, because they don't understand the lore and they don't understand this, that, and this. And yeah, maybe he was going a little too hard like on social media, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't think he was going to. They made it sound like he was like going like nuclear on these people. And it's like, no, he's not. He's just like he was looking at like what Phil said. It was like some of the negative ones. It was like, okay, you don't understand anything about this world and anything. You are not who this is for. And saying like, oh yeah, even like when you have like certain people saying like, yeah, Mortal Kombat fans, they deserve better than this. It's like, how do you know when you're not even a fan? It's like,
well, that's what I have a problem with when they say like, we deserve.
Yeah.
Who says you deserve anything? You
know?
Exactly.
Right. Like, oh yeah.
Like I've been down that road. You can't say I want to see this on screen, and I get it. Like if it's not what you wanted, that's okay. That's not for you, and you can go ahead and make the movie you want to make in your head, or get out there and do it and find out how hard it is. It's okay to have an opinion, but when you say we deserve better, you don't deserve anything. Oh,
I know.
Amen.
Oh yeah. I hate it when I hear that. It's like
that's entitled gatekeeping stuff. Yeah. Sorry, you don't.
No.
Again, there's a difference between not liking something because it didn't meet your expectation. That's fine. That's one thing. But when you just say you deserve it, that's entitlement and gatekeeping. You need to check yourself.
Yeah, before you wreck yourself.
So are you also like? I get a little annoyed when people go, like Star Wars is ours now. George Lucas shouldn't do that. And I'm like, he can do whatever he wants. Everybody in Hollywood said no. They said no to a multi-billion-dollar IP.
My only complaint about the George Lucas thing is like, he's allowed to do whatever he wants with the property when he owned it and whatnot. My only thing, like with the theatrical cuts of the movie, I think should have still been available for fans who grew up seeing it in theaters and stuff like that. I think because it's like Ridley Scott has done Final Cut on Blade Runner, and I consider the Final Cut the best version. But as someone who loves film and understands, I mean, again, that's just up for whatever.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't muted. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
All right, William. Point being is that like, but at the same time, like William probably prefers the theatrical. So I want William to be able to see the theatrical if that's what he likes, you know, like just let it be available. That was the problem that fans really had.
Like Ridley Scott didn't like the voiceover, right? He didn't like the voice.
He was wrong.
He
was wrong.
Him and
I like the
voiceover. Didn't like it. Yeah, I just watched what was it, Dark City the other day, and I got it from Arrow, and it only had the director's cut, which doesn't have the voiceover at the beginning. And my friend was over, and we were watching it. He had never seen it before. He only knew that it was like similar in vein to The Matrix.
That's Alex Proyas, right? Alex Proyas,
yes, the Pro, that guy. Yep. And he didn't know what the actual twist of the movie was, because in the theatrical they do tell you right off the bat, and in the director's cut you really don't know up until pretty much I guess it happens. So when they break the wall open and they go flying off into space, he was like, "What the fuck is happening?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, right. You really don't know." But he was asking me the whole time we're watching the movie, like, "What is this? Why is this like that?" I'm like, "Just keep watching the movie. They will tell you eventually." So, but yeah. They got rid of the whole opening voiceover, and I think they added in a few scenes for pacing and stuff like that. But that was about it. But it's still a relatively great movie. But again, I would have liked to have the
underrated gem. Dark City is an underrated gem. I always tell people, like, if you want to watch like something just crazy, original, and crazy, just like you know, sci-fi noir watch Dark City. That movie's fantastic. I love that movie.
Yeah, Roger Ebert loved that movie so much. I think it might have been number 1 for the year that he saw it. I could be wrong, but I know he also did commentary on both the theatrical and the director's cut of it. That's how much he liked that movie. Wow. So I was like, that's pretty cool. Yeah. But yeah, I'm of the idea of keeping everything. Look, even I hate the theatrical and the Justice League cut of Justice League, but I would still keep them just to show people what came out in theaters so that they know like why the response to those movies were what they were, you know? I mean, that's what I mean for clarity. And I like preserving, the way that certain films are at a certain time and stuff, like I think that's good for everybody and gives them education on like how, studios work, how directors see visions and stuff. Cause there's director's cuts that are very controversial. I like the director's cut of Donnie Darko, but there are some Donnie Darko fans that prefer the theatrical. So, yeah.
But Donnie Darko is one of those where like people
just rewatched Donnie Darko not too long ago.
Did you?
Yeah, still holds up.
Yeah, that movie. I mean, I remember watching that movie and that first time going, "Wait, huh?" There's one of those where you like immediately go, "I gotta watch that again," because I'm like, "Wait a minute," and then of course you watch it in and you start going, "Oh, okay." You start like putting it together. I love movies like that when I watch a movie. And I immediately want to watch it again because especially if there's like a twisty ending or there's something like that, you want to go back and see all the, wait, where are all the hints of like certain things and, all this right here. And I'm like, yeah, I love it when it comes to that. But have I watched the director's cut of that? Probably. I forgot. What was that director's name in Donnie Darko? I'm trying to remember.
Richard Kelly.
There it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
He did a movie called The Box, right? With Cameron Diaz, where that was a pretty crazy movie.
Yeah, I think he just kind of fell off because I don't know about The Box, but I know Southland Tales didn't do him any favors.
That's right. That was that with Dwayne Johnson, huh?
Yeah, Dwayne Johnson, Kevin Smith was in it, I think. There was a bunch of weird cameos. Justin Timberlake it was all over the map.
Was that with Christopher Lambert also?
I don't know. I do know that I did not see the movie, but I do know that there's like a truck sex scene. And I don't mean people are having sex in a truck. I mean a truck is having sex with another truck.
I mean, they got to get that demographic out there. That's a pretty.
Some people like truck porn.
Of course they do. Yeah.
I guess I don't know. I had a friend that saw
my cartoons.
Yeah, I had a friend that saw opening week. And he came back and said it was one of the worst things he's ever seen in his life.
Sarah Michelle Gellar was also in it.
It is.
Sean William Scott.
Sean William Scott, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That was a weird movie. I remember that. I was like, I saw a preview of that or an early screening, and I was like, man, this thing's really weird. This is going to be a great cult film. Whatever, it's going to do well.
I mean, it is.
But I mean, its opening week box office was
terrible.
400K or 600K, something like
it
that.
great.
It was, and it opened pretty wide. I mean, it was crazy.
Because I think like because
I liked it a lot.
Yeah, because I remember the box was like interesting. It was like, hey, this couple gets like, hey, you open the box, and if you take the prize in the box, means people have to die. Random people in the world have to die. So it was kind of like an interesting concept of like, a moral concept. I'm like, would you accept that or would you not, kind of thing. So it was interesting, but yeah. And then, Richard Kelly just kind of like, you never really heard too much after that. I mean, because Donnie Darko was such a cult classic. He did Domino. He was a writer of Domino. That was pretty good. I remember was that
Tony Scott?
No, it was Tony. It's Tony Scott. And I remember, that was Mickey Rourke and Keira Knightley, Edgar Ramirez. I remember liking that movie. That was a pretty good movie. But yeah, I mean, he just kind of like, he just kind of fell off. I think he just didn't like you try to do some things and sometimes it just doesn't work. You have some crazy concepts, but he didn't really do anything after the box. After the box, he was kind of just, that's it. So, he's done some producing stuff, but that's about it. Yeah.
Sometimes that happens. I don't know.
Anyways, there's our Richard Kelly talk. We go on random tangents here, especially when Ernie's here. I mean, let's face it, when Ernie's here, sometimes we did a whole thing, talking about what's his name for Breaking Bad. Totally blanking. Who's the creator of Breaking Bad?
Vince Gilligan.
Yeah, Vince Gilligan. I remember like one of the first times we were on here, we were going on a total Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul conversation. It was great. That's what we love on here. Just going on random pages.
Yeah. Did not have the Kelly talk on my bingo card there.
No. Totally did not.
Yeah. Southland Tales. Whoa, that's a deep pull.
You know what? I remember putting that on, and I think I don't know if I finished it, and maybe it was like too late. I don't know. I remember why. I don't know. But I mean, Donnie Darko was just one of those. It was just such a interesting concept of like time travel and the concept of all that, and then of course the apocalyptic bunny.
Frank the Rabbit.
Yeah, the rabbit suit, and it just. Yeah, it was just such an interesting thing. It was such a low budget movie, but it had some heavy hitters in there, like Drew Barrymore, and she was like a producer on it. Patrick Swayze was in there. Obviously, it had Jake Gyllenhaal, who was not a full on name, but it had also his sister Maggie was in there, who played his sister.
Yeah, I mean, according because my roommate is the one who really got me into it, because I had seen it before, but I had only seen the theatrical, because a girl I was interested was really into Jake Gyllenhaal at that time, and so I checked out Donnie Darko. And when I first saw the theatrical, I was like, this is the biggest artsy piece of crap I've seen in some time. Like, I just didn't follow the movie at all. I just didn't care. Like, I was just
the girl was worth it at that.
Well, no, like, so then, but it was like 10 years later before I saw the director's cut, and I wasn't into director's cuts at that time. But funny enough, the Ultimate Edition is what reminded my roommate of the director's cut. He was like, you liked Ultimate Edition. He's like, the director's cut of Donnie Darko was really good too. I was like, all right, man, I'll give it a shot, I guess. Like, he convinced me to do it. But but I was watching, and then I found out too that was the version that Richard Kelly, I guess, wanted to put out. But for whatever reason, the studio made him cut things for time. And it sucks because the fan debate is basically that, like, the director's cut, for me, I think works a lot better. The pacing is better, and granted, you can pause the movie to read some of the journal entries, but you get a better idea of how the time travel works and how it's affecting Donnie and how he's viewing things through Frank the Bunny and all these other aspects of it. And especially is better on repeat viewing. But I guess hardcore fans of the theatrical think that the director's cut gives too much away, that it like waters the movie down. Basically, I didn't take it that way. I was able to enjoy it. And there's some fans that say that you should just watch both because you get a good experience out of both versions. So it depends who you ask, I guess.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
I always like those type of time travel movies. I don't know if you guys saw a movie called Primer. You ever see that, like, low budget? Like,
I've heard of it. I think I don't.
Yeah,
think I've seen it.
It's a crazy, like, I mean, I always like those type of movies where it's just like the concepts are like, wow, that is like it's not you know, Doc Brown, you know, turns a DeLorean into a time machine, and I like that shit too. Trust me, I like different kind of time travel movies. But when you have like certain ones where it's like, oh wow, like, oh, what if time travel is like this? What if it's, you know? That's why I like a movie like The Butterfly Effect, which, you know, I thought that was, you know, it was like I was surprised by that movie. I went, whoa, like there were some crazy concepts in that, and just things that played out when it came to that. And I was like, wow, I really enjoyed that movie because it was like, oh yeah, this is time travel, not with a machine or anything like that. That's similar to Donnie Darko. It was just like, it was all about the concept of like the mind and shit like that. It was really cool, you know, and the effect.
If you guys want to see a really, like, one of the best time travel things I've seen in a long time, I believe it's a Swedish or a German show. You can watch it with subtitles and stuff, but it's Dark.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so good. So
Very
good.
Terrific. And I was worried too because the first season it's German. The first season is pretty much perfect.
Yes.
I was very worried that because it's also Netflix, even though it's a show that's produced, I think, through Netflix, through the, you know, foreign territories and stuff. But season 2 and 3 are both just about as equally good. And the ending of season 3, the finale, is just like it's perfect. Like, it's just,
it doesn't go too long, and it, you know, obviously the first, I mean, you have to sit with it for a bit because like the first like few episodes, it builds up. It's slow. You know, it's a slow build, and then all of a sudden you get the paradox. All of a sudden there's a paradox, and you go, "Oh, shit! Okay, so that's what's happening here." They show you the paradox because they introduce. I mean, like, they hook you in the opening scene of like, what is happening with this right here, and then you start seeing the things, and it's like it's kind of like you know, it's kind of, you know, it involves kids, and then of course the parents. And then as soon as, and then you see like the relationships between the parents and all this stuff. And then there's a missing kid aspect to it and all this kind of stuff. And then when you get the paradox, you go, oh, okay. All right. I see what you're doing here. And then it builds off of it, and it gets so interesting. And then in the second season, the third season, it starts going multiversal, kind of weird, and it gets out there, but it doesn't get too crazy, and then it doesn't go too long. It's 3 seasons, and it doesn't overstay its welcome, kind of thing, you know?
Yeah, it's very, and funny enough, I don't think it's the first season, but I think it's like season 2. She's in there for a brief time, but the woman who plays, I forget the character's name because it's Kryptonian, but the female Kryptonian who beats up Henry Cavill's Superman is in the show. Yeah, thank you. But she's in she's in the show, and she popped up, and I was like, where do I recognize this woman from? Like, because she's obviously dressed in, like, you know,
she doesn't look she looks
she doesn't look like a Kryptonian that's gonna kill me.
Yeah, that's a really good show. And it's funny enough because even Zach, I remember he's even posted, Zack Snyder, he even posted that he really loves that show too. I remember he's expressed that he's really liked that show. But if you haven't seen that show, do it. You can watch it on Netflix. You can watch it with subtitles or with dubbed voices. But yeah, it's like a German show. And then they did the same creators of that did that one show called 19 something. I forgot what it is.
Yeah, no, it was good. It was
something like that. It only got 1 season. And it's also one of those like, okay, what's going on here? And it's a slow build. And then when you see, I mean, I kind of guessed the ending. I'm like, oh, I think I know what's going on here. And I was right. And then, but I was still hoping there was going to be more. And they can't.
So I think there was complications. They didn't say it outright, but one of the things was I think it was a very expensive show to make. I mean, granted, Netflix uses a bunch of different excuses, but the thing that wasn't talked about a lot is I have a friend who's in the comic book industry, and she was going on about it for a long time, and basically it was semi-plagiarizing a very underground comic that had a lot of similar symbology.
1899, that's what it was called.
Yeah. There was a lot of like plagiarism talk. So I think what happened was between the cost and between that small controversy, I think Netflix just found it easier to just pull the plug, because it did hit, but it didn't have as big an impact as Dark did. Dark, I was surprised was able. I mean, granted, because it wasn't an English show, maybe they had some advantage, but I expected Dark to get canceled like by season 2. I didn't expect it to go for all 3 seasons because it's a very complicated show, but it had just enough of a hardcore following that they let it finish. So I'm happy that it was able to wrap up. But yeah, Dark was a really great show, and the other show was great too. But I think it had some issues behind the scenes, and Netflix just thought it was easier, I think, to pull the plug. But I would have liked to have seen more from that show.
Yeah, especially when you see exactly what is happening. You're like, oh, okay, so. It would have been kind of interesting. Like, where do you go from there? It was almost like how Dark was. It's like, okay, when everything like in the first season kind of wraps up, you go, okay, so where do we go from here? And then when it came to season 2, and then you saw where it went there, and like I said, it does get into multiverse kind of stuff. You go, oh, okay, we're going with this, and it really does a good job of like handling multiverse stuff as well as time travel. It was like, whoa, okay. Pretty cool. So yeah, highly recommended. Watch Dark if you haven't watched Dark. But obviously you watched Daredevil, Paul. I know we already kind of talked about it. How did you feel about the finale?
So I posted a little bit on Instagram and stuff, and I talked about it with some friends. I'm a little mixed, but I want to be honest. I'm very positive. I very much enjoyed the season. I thought it was leagues better than the previous one of Born Again. Which you could tell was a mishmash Frankenstein's monster of the new team trying to make up for what the old team had left behind. I still don't. I guess they wanted to save costs, but I don't know why they just didn't start from the ground up. But it is what it is. But season 2, I feel right off the bat, I have to say, I don't think we're ever going to reach the levels of the Netflix era of Daredevil ever again. However, I think the show. Or the season was done very well. I thought it was pretty good. I enjoyed it a lot for what it was, because regardless of how I may feel about the Netflix era, I felt that this season was better. I felt it was a step at least in the right direction, trying to kind of fix what they had gotten wrong before and where it's heading. I think if you guys know the set photos and stuff of what season 3 is going to bring, I think we're going down a good path. My only real complaint as far as the season itself, other than like the past issues of the previous season, is that I think this season should have been at least minimal 2 episodes longer. I think to just kind of, let some stuff breathe a little bit more, because a lot happens, especially in the last episode. So many things, just things
that they have to,
there's a lot of mic drops situations that happen in that. But that being said, because I've read multiple different runs of Daredevil, everything from Frank Miller, Mark Waid, the original Daredevil from, Stan Lee and like Wally Wood and those guys. And I've read Bendis Brubaker, Charles Soule, Zdarsky. So they're picking and choosing from pretty much everything. The way I look at this show is kind of like how you read Frank Miller Daredevil, and it's such a great book. And Frank Miller is just so good with Daredevil that you can't picture anybody else doing it after him. And then they do. And some of them never get to that Frank Miller level, but they still make a damn good book, because Daredevil and Kingpin and their rivalry is just such a good place to have fun, because Daredevil, in my personal opinion, in terms of at least the Marvel Comics, as Daredevil as a character, has had one of the most consistently good runs over the decades. They always kind of throw Daredevil to like up and coming writers and artists to kind of tackle, and they try to bite their teeth on the character, and most times it works out. Occasionally you might get like a Shadowland or something, but anyway, as far as the actual show goes, they did a good job.
I'd say the most recent run with before Stephanie Phillips. Stephanie Phillips is in a couple of issues has really redeemed it. I was not a fan of the last
the previous run was him being a priest, correct?
Amongst, and then some weird stuff with the 7 deadly sins and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, they went hard into Catholicism. I was like, I don't think we need to go supernatural.
No, Stephanie Phillips has repositioned. She's repositioned Murdoch as a law professor at Harvard.
I followed her when I found out that she was the writer for the new Daredevil, and from what I've heard, it's going over very well.
It is.
It's only 2 issues in, but people are already like levitating towards it. So I think it's off to another good start. And
she really gets the character.
Yes, she does.
Yeah.
It almost kind of reads like Batman the Animated Series in comic book form.
Interesting.
Just kind of a twinge, but she's doing a really good job. Like I said, she repositions Matt as a law professor this time around. And even the opening of her series, the opening of her run, is a very interesting way of opening up the series. And Chris, if I'm imagining you probably read it too, so you know exactly what I'm talking about in terms of like where Daredevil is and who's standing over him and like what is in front of him. It's very like, oh, how do we get here? So it's captivating, and she gets it.
I'm excited. I get to meet her at Heroes Con this year. She's coming there, so
she's not going to San Diego. I asked her if she was, but she's not going to be at San Diego this year, unfortunately.
Bummer. That sucks.
Yeah.
Well,
Chris, I didn't get your full on like review of like the finale and stuff.
Yeah, it was. It was a definitely. It brought a lot. To the point of, I agree. It was one of those where you have a lot to get done, and I'm with the idea. We talked about this last night on Marvel Alliance that I felt it also needed about 1 or 2 more episodes to flesh a few things out. But to see Kingpin just go off
nuclear, man.
Yeah, that was cool. I liked how Charlie Cox has Matt Murdock and Daredevil really hands down just really well, especially the courtroom sequence. Not trying to get into spoilers, but what he does in that courtroom, that is purely. I've been calling it most of the season and saying we're going to get that storyline from the Bendis Brubaker run. I'm looking forward to it. It did a lot to kind of bring this arc to a close. It was a great finale. Definitely not a top tier finale, but I'd say in comparison to what some of the Marvel shows have done with finales, where the penultimate outshines the finale, I think this one was a good 1-2 punch. It's going to be very interesting to see how they bring in, back the Defenders, as that's already been released out there.
Yeah.
I think it could very much be, probably its last season. I don't see
season 3. Yeah. What else can they do? Yeah.
Oh, they can do plenty, but I think if you look at the way Hollywood works, at that point you go past season 3, that means everyone's fees goes up. Yeah. And I don't know if they're ready to pay the fees, considering if the numbers are saying what they are, it's diminishing returns. Not necessarily the quality is diminishing returns, but to the point of, I don't know if it was Paul, you had said like not necessarily, going to make it back to the Netflix era. This was people. I'm not saying you, but a lot of them say, "Oh, it's not like Netflix." This was never trying to be Netflix.
No.
They were trying to capture with the actors, actresses, the tone of it, but it was never going to be. I'm not saying you said that. I've just like people had said that plenty of times.
I would actually argue, and this is not against any of the aesthetic of the Netflix show, because I loved the aesthetic of the Netflix show, but that is the Netflix version of Daredevil. Granted, they are continuing on that continuity, which I love, and I'm glad that they're doing that. Because they weren't doing it to begin with, and we saw like where that was headed, and thank God they were able to fix somewhat of season 1. But the aesthetic of Netflix Daredevil is very gritty, very realistic. Even with things like the hand or Elektra or Stick, it's still very, very grounded. The Daredevil that we know in the comics and the guy jumping off of walls, bouncing off,
sliding
and shit.
down pillars.
Yeah, we weren't seeing that shit till like She-Hulk, and then they kind of do it here in this show as well, though maybe a little more grounded because he's using the bow staff to do like the swinging and all of that and stuff. But I would argue that Born Again season 2, in terms of aesthetic and tone, is kind of that great balance between the Netflix era stuff and a little bit of splash of the comic book stuff, which we know, just little flares, like even simple things like where Kingpin's lost Vanessa and he's sitting in the basement, like waiting, knowing that Daredevil is going to show up, and then he does, and there's the little horns and the shadow over his face. That's a complete wonderful comic panel.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just Daredevil and Jessica Jones fighting in the warehouse, and 1 second he's punching a guy, and then 5 seconds later he's swinging by with the bow staff thing and grabbing one of the AVTF guys before the explosion goes off because he knows that he's Daredevil. So to me that's great, and I think that works. And again, I state that in my reviews too, and Chris, you know this. I state it just because I'm trying to explain. Yeah. It's not so much the aesthetic; it's just more of like the writing and the level of character development. Netflix gave enough time; they had to fill a 13-episode slot, so they used their filler episodes to, develop the characters and develop. I mean, Daredevil, as terms of the MCU Netflix stuff, is the best show because not only is Daredevil and his main story great, Karen and Foggy and even Punisher at one point or Elektra, they flesh everybody out. They make it work, and that's what was so great about it. But season 2 is pretty damn close. It's not there, but it's a very noble effort. But again, I agree with you. More episodes would have I think made a better impact.
I think a solid 10 episode would have been fine. They don't need to go full 13. They don't have to do that.
Not a full thing. Ernie, were you ever into Daredevil?
Yeah. I liked him. I just I'm quiet because I'm only on episode 4 or 5.
Sorry,
No, that's totally fine. I'm never one of those people that are like really pissed at spoilers because I want to see the execution and how they got there. Like,
okay,
I remember when I was a kid, and we had. One of my friends had this, cooler older brother, 16, 17. He had a girlfriend. We were like 10. We're like, wow, right? And his girlfriend told him the ending of Rocky 2, and he broke up with her.
Oh man!
And we were just like, some girl liked me. I wouldn't give a crap,
Yeah.
So I
not a big deal.
I don't like people. Sometimes
I don't know. It's only Rocky 2. If it had been Empire Strikes Back, like maybe. But it's Rocky 2. I mean, he won.
It's
the
like,
fight.
Rocky wins this time. Ooh,
I know. It's like, well, but to whatever. Maybe he was 14 at that time, and I was 10. We didn't know the ways of Hollywood. I mean, when Spock died, I was like, why? No, he's never.
You were like, come on. Yeah,
it's crazy. We didn't even understand the, like, they showed his coffin at the end. Meaning like, it might be coming back. We were just like, they showed the coffin. He's obviously dead forever.
Nope. Nobody ever stayed.
There was a learning curve. I'm sure that a 14 or even a 12-year-old now would absolutely know, or they could just go on the internet. But we were just like,
I mean, you say that, but I remember when like BVS came out and everyone was like, there's a number of kids that were pissed about the ending, and it's like, you guys know what happens in Death of Superman, right?
Yeah,
what the other part of that is.
I know. As soon as they,
that's them not looking hard enough. There.
Yeah, I know. It was like Doomsday's in this, guys. You know what happens, right? But at the same time, it's like,
To be fair about Doomsday. Because I didn't think that they'd have the balls to kill Superman in the second movie. What I thought they were going to do is they were going to do what happens to Superman in like Justice League Unlimited when that Doomsday shows up. They don't have they have a fight, but like they're able to encase him in lava or something, and then they put him into the Phantom Zone. But gets to kill the Superman in that universe. So I thought they were going to do like a cop out in that way kind of thing, and then save him for a later date, and then do the infamous Doomsday fight. That's what I thought was going to happen.
Zach was like, "Fuck it."
Zach was like, "Nope, we're doing everything."
But it was funny because obviously he gets killed in a different kind of way. It's not just like, fight, crash into the, fight, go up there, crash into the, and all do all this thing. It was like he gets like stabbed by, obviously he gets his hand. I mean, it was different because obviously you had Batman and Wonder Woman part of the fight.
Yeah.
So they had to do something, and then it was just funny because it was like, oh yeah, but it was like a correlation of like how, because he is from Zod's blood as well as like Luthor's blood, but it was like, how did Zor-El die? He also got stabbed just like that, and it was like, oh, people didn't, obviously in the moment you don't make that connection right away, but it was like when people figured out like, oh yeah, how did Zor-El die? He got stabbed just like that. Pretty cool little parallel right there. It was like, and I always love that when he gets stabbed and then he just grabs and just pulls him in further to be like, nah, just to stab him. Yeah. I'm like, that was just badass because it was like, yeah, fuck it, I'm already gonna die. So
I think even that's a callback, because I think in the comic book panels they do basically like a Rocky 2 or Rocky 3 where they like punch each other to death. They just punch each other to death. That's but it's like equal. It's a pose or
Yes.
I don't know.
But at the end of that movie, if you watch the very end, the little sequence where we were seeing the coffin, and there's like as soon as it went up, I was like,
dirt.
There it is. Of course he's not gonna stay dead. Nobody stays dead in comic book movies, that's for damn sure.
No, now it's is he dead or is he comic book dead?
Exactly.
No, there's a better story.
Yeah. I do want to we did get a new trailer for Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey that surprisingly just showed up on Monday night. On a Monday night. I mean, I know he was on Colbert's show, but it was just kind of interesting.
Sunday night.
Was it Sunday?
It was Sunday. It was Sunday night. I woke up Monday morning to it. So yes, it was Sunday night.
Are you sure? I thought it was like when he was on Colbert, and I mean, it doesn't really matter, but because I remember seeing the interview, like he was talking about the story and everything like that, and then I know sometimes they do like Sunday night stuff, or was he on Fallon? Maybe, I don't know. No, I think it was Colbert, but no, but it was just kind of funny because I wake up the next morning and I go, Jesus Christ, it almost seems like a comic book movie trailer came out, because man, there is quite a discourse when it comes to the Odyssey. I don't know if you guys were seeing all that.
I was seeing. I mean,
oh yeah.
I was able to see like the small preview, I think on IMAX screens for a bit. I've seen most of the trailers. Right now, my only real complaint is the dialogue seems a little too modern. Like, I think Tom Holland refers to him as dad at one point. I would have been like, I think it would have been more proper if he had like a more English accent, and then he would done, said father or something.
Some people said that. Some people were saying that. And
and there's way more than dad. There's like tote bag and stuff like that.
Even like Robert Pattinson. Robert Pattinson.
Yeah,
Pattinson says daddy. Like he calls.
There's a whole thing too where it's like, I don't know if you guys are familiar. At least it got shown to me in English class when the teacher didn't want to like teach us stuff, and we did the Odyssey, but we got to watch the 1990s or
Mondesante.
Yes.
Yes.
It's actually
love that.
I remember watching
great
that in
TV.
class.
It's pretty good. Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah. It's on YouTube. You guys can find it. It's not hard to find.
Before you continue, Phil needs to go because he's got to wake up early tomorrow.
Yeah, I got to wake up early, do some Mother's Day shopping. But
yeah,
it was nice catching up with all you gentlemen. Take care.
Have
a great weekend. Off the top of my head, I just did a review for Mortal Kombat on TikTok and Instagram and YouTube. That's about it. Nothing else really. But yeah, guys, much love. Take care. Have a great weekend.
All right.
Take care, Phil.
But yeah, I know. I remember that version. Yeah.
Yeah, but
shown in.
But the thing I want to point out is that Amar Arsanti and his family, they look Greek, as opposed to Matt Damon and Anne Hathaway and Tom Holland. Like, I mean, I'm just going about simple things. I don't think everything has to look.
What are you trying to say, Phil? I mean, what are you trying to say, Paul?
Paul, it's very
almost.
See, I don't have the Gengar hat. That's
no,
a clear sign. No, so like, I don't need the costumes to look, like ancient Greek. I don't need to look 100% true to form. It's a fantasy fairy tale. Like you can take liberties, but. I mean, when you think about it, it's like they don't look Greek. They don't sound Greek. They're going for American English accents. So there's a lot of odd choices for sure. I think it'll still be an entertaining movie. But this is the most fantasy that Nolan has ever gotten. And it is the story. It is like, where all of our like modern myth kind of comes from to a degree. So it's like, but yeah, the trailer was okay. I like the other ones a lot more, I think.
Really? Okay.
But like, I mean, I'm still going to see the movie like opening day or opening weekend. So, I mean, but I could say the same thing about Mandalorian and Grogu. So, I mean, I guess it just depends if you're into it or if you're going to check it out.
Well, what's interesting too is like, so when I went and saw Mortal Kombat last night, it was kind of funny because I don't understand who determines what trailers are in front of movies, because I'm like, I was even telling my dad who I watched it with that I was like, so there was the Disclosure Day trailer, but it wasn't the new trailer. There was a new trailer for Disclosure Day that came out like 2 weeks ago. And then we also saw the Odyssey, but it wasn't the new trailer. And I even was like, I don't know why they're not showing the new trailer. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, when you release a new trailer online, why is that not in front of a new movie that people are going to see? Why are you showing the previous trailer? Why are you showing the first?
Because it's the theaters. The theaters decide which ones are shown in the actual.
And I just don't get that. I mean, I'm sitting there going, we've seen this trailer so many times. We've seen this one so many times. Like, why not show the new one? And when it comes to the new Odyssey trailer, I thought it was great. And yeah, I see why, people are making complaints and stuff like that. Fine. But but to me, it showed more of like, all right, this is, you're seeing more of the plot. You're seeing more of the actors. You see Charlize Theron, which we haven't seen in the trailers before. You see more of Tom Holland and even Christopher Nolan. And I love like what he said on Colbert was, because Christopher Nolan, he's known for non-linear storytelling, which is what I love about him. That's why Memento is my favorite movie of his, just because it's such a unique way of telling a small story, and I still love how he told that story, that it's backwards and forwards. It's the same story that's backwards and forwards. I'm like, it's just so unique. And he's always been known for that kind of storytelling. And then he even said that, well, the Odyssey is kind of a non-linear story. It's like one of the first, like, it's the basis for all that. So I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense that he'd gravitate towards this. And so, and then just seeing the reaction and I guess we kind of already knew that. I mean, I saw people like, look at Cyclops. He got the design wrong. I mean, the fucking eye on Cyclops looks like a vagina. And it's like, I was seeing this ridiculous shit. It was like
anything they could have said. Yeah. Anything they could have said. They went there. Not surprised.
Oh yeah. I saw that. Like, I was like, Jesus Christ, guys, what are we doing? And, and then of course they're talking about the accents. But it was just kind of interesting because, yeah, waking up Tuesday morning, I was like, man, you would have thought that a fucking comic book movie trailer got released, because Christopher Nolan, even when it came to Tenet, which people, I saw that too. Somebody made him look like Cyclops, the X-Men character. Yeah, I saw that too. People were like quick to do that kind of stuff. But it was just kind of interesting because now in this modern day of just, man, nitpicking, not even somebody like Christopher Nolan can survive anymore, because I even saw like somebody, something was posted where it's like, this was Christopher Nolan's most like negatively perceived trailer he's ever had. And I mean, we're even going, people didn't like Tenet. I like Tenet because people just didn't understand Tenet, and I don't even fully understand it, to be honest. But at the same time, I still like understood like the concept he was going for, and still really dug that movie. But it's just kind of funny how not even somebody like Christopher Nolan can, he's getting shit for. I mean, again, you're talking about he's adapting something that a story that's been told for so long that you learn about in fucking school, and everything. And he's putting his spin on it. And people are like, nope, we're not having this. This is not right. And it's just kind of crazy to see the perception of it. But, but at the same time, that's just the way where we're at in 2026,
Yeah, I mean, I think also too, with like Christopher Nolan especially, I mean, he's one of like, the top 3 directors in the world that can go into a studio and pitch an idea and his movie will get made and that kind of thing. And, he has hardcore fans where he can do no wrong. So I think that also invites a lot of people that just want to shit on something that's beloved or, that, has like a very, very good track record, basically, I think Tenet is his weakest movie for sure, but I still liked it. I haven't really rewatched it a lot, but I'm still going to see Odyssey. I mean, if it's bad, there's other versions of the Odyssey that I can watch. I can go watch Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? It's not going to end my love of Chris Nolan. I'll just be like, all right, so don't do fantasy again. Just go for a more grounded movie next time, and that's it.
Yeah,
but like,
sorry,
no, I was just saying, like, that's it. Like, that's the end.
I mean, like, bring in a Woody Allen quote, regardless. But this is a kind of a true thing. Is he goes, if you don't fall on your face every once in a while, you're not doing anything very interesting, right?
Yeah.
So even if it does go down, it's gonna be interesting to watch. It might not get box office, even though it could be a beloved classic after, like Blade Runner or The Right Stuff. Yeah. But the tough thing about this in particular is there's a reason why these haven't been adapted a zillion times. These classical works are very, very tough to adapt, like Beowulf. Angelina Jolie. I'm trying to think of one that was like really good. I really like Troy.
Troy was good,
but really I don't know if that made a lot of money.
I think it did okay. Ironically enough,
decent.
Broke even or something. Man, and Brad Pitt at that
I know exactly what you're gonna say, Paul. Was Christopher Nolan was going to do that movie
right
at one point, and then Wolfgang Peterson came in and was like, no, I'm doing it. And then Warner Brothers was like, sorry, Chris, you want to do Batman? Because he was going to do a Batman versus Superman movie, Wolfgang Peterson, at one point, which was going to have they had Colin Farrell and Jude Law, which was crazy. God. Colin Farrell was going to be Batman. Jude Law was going to be Superman. They were lining that whole thing up. And then they were like, you want to do a Batman movie? Which, again, I think sometimes things work out for the best, because I think Christopher Nolan was too fresh-faced to try to do something like that, even though I think he probably could have still nailed it. But I think when it came to Christopher Nolan, I think it was a blessing because him doing the Dark Knight trilogy really put him on the map.
Yeah.
And if he didn't get that, I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, so I think it was kind of a blessing that happened.
You can argue too. I mean, the Dark Knight trilogy also paved the way and was like the gold standard for what those movies were for that time. And then right as it ended, the Avengers hit the same year.
Yes.
And then Avengers and the MCU became the model going forward. And then that was ironic though too, because ironically, Man of Steel came out in 2013, and so it was met with I think that discourse because people were used to the MCU model now. So I mean, but different tastes, different worlds, that sort of thing. But no, I agree. It was a blessing, and we got a great trilogy out of it. So
no, but I know what you're saying, Ernie. Is it's hard, and something like that, and especially when you have somebody like Christopher Nolan who is not really all about the fantasy level. He's always very high concept, very grounded. And, that's what everybody's just kind of like was big time worried about. That's why it's going to be met with. There's going to be, I mean, just seeing the reaction to this latest trailer. Like again, like I said, it was like, wow, was this a DCU trailer or an MCU trailer? My God, looking at the discourse, and I was like, okay, yeah, this is going to be. I still think it's going to do good money at the box office. I think people are going to be there day one, and you know, I mean, even like you know, they started selling IMAX tickets a year in advance. You know, granted, there are just sleazy people who are just buying like 12 tickets and then selling them on eBay, which is ridiculous. But at the same time, I still think there's still going to be people, you know, it's still going to do well enough, and maybe it'll get nominated for things too. I think I'm curious to see like how critics are going to, you know, approach it, how Hollywood, I guess is going to approach it, the Academy and all this kind of stuff. Is it going to be another, you know, because even like when it came to Oppenheimer, that was kind of like him taking like, hey, let's tell a story, a 3-hour movie about the dude who invented the atomic bomb. And even I was like, how is he like, what, like, how is this going to work? And then I watched it and went, yeah. Why did I doubt Christopher Nolan? Of course he fucking made it work. You know, I remember I was walking away, me and my girlfriend at the time, I was like, and we were walking away, and obviously you walk away from that movie not feeling good. It ends on a downer. But only Christopher Nolan could tell like that kind of story where it's like, wow, this movie was fantastic. Like it was great, but it ends on a downer. But then he did that like non-linear storytelling that he does. He had the black and white scenes and the color scenes, and it was like the different perspectives from the different characters. And I was like, yeah, he fucking like, no, and I'm sitting there going, nobody else could have done that like he did. And I think that's why it got such the big response from it, because you give that to like you know, somebody else, they might just do a traditional biopic that's maybe 2 hours and 15 minutes, and I don't know, there's just something that Nolan did. And so that's what I'm kind of going, I'm hoping that when it comes to the Odyssey, you just go, oh, yep, Nolan did it. He did it. Wow, he somehow did a modern version. I'm thinking we're going to walk away, or at least I'm going to walk away, you know, and I might be biased because he's one of my favorite directors, but I'm just thinking I'm going to walk away going, oh, yeah, he pulled it off. He pulled it off. Like, you know, because I'm not sure if he's going to pull it off, but I'm like going, well, I didn't think he was going to pull off Oppenheimer, because I was like, how do you tell this story? And he did. So I don't know. We'll see. Sorry. But, you know, how are you feeling about it, William?
About Odyssey?
No, Oppenheimer. No, yeah, Odyssey.
I mean, I'm going into it with the same mentality I go to any Nolan movies, 50-50. Yeah. He's done how many movies? What, 10, 11? I like 2 of them.
Really? No. I got to hear about this. So how many of them do you hate? And which 2 do you like the most?
Oppenheimer and Dunkirk. I think Dunkirk's one of the best war movies ever done in the era.
So you don't like any of the Dark Knight movies?
No, we've gone over this. I think the Dark Knight movies are supremely overrated, to each his own.
Okay. Oh my God!
Everything that I don't like about Nolan, who I respect, and I respect people's opinion about him. Everything I don't like about him, with the absence of the nonlinear storytelling, which I don't like. I mean, Dave loves it. I can't stand it.
No, I get that.
His paces and the tools he uses for his storytelling just take me out of it. It literally, and this might be because I flew 12,000 miles around the world on deployment for R&R. The Dark Knight, Batman Begins put me to sleep. But I tried watching it again when I came back from deployment, and I stayed up. His pacing, everything about his movies really just kind of takes me out of it. I don't hate them, but I look at where he's held at, and I don't understand. If you put together a list of people that are in the Batman trilogy movies, it's literally laden with Academy Award winners from top to bottom. Some of my favorite actors. If you told me the list of people, you tell me you're going to be making a movie with Michael Caine, Kristen Bale, Marion Cotillard, all these types of movies, and I'm going to be like, where do I sign up? But when I see these movies, and I'm like, it's not for me. Absent Heath Ledger's performance. That's the only minutes I ever watch of the trilogy anymore. And I have my own little version that I have saved, and it's the 46 minutes that Heath Ledger's on the screen. I just not, and there's just certain directors that their way of telling a story either connects with me or it doesn't. And for the most part, Christopher Nolan's does not. However, he has done 2 really awesome movies, World War II era movies that I do love. So,
well, what's funny too is like, and we've talked about this before, is like Dunkirk. That was a lot of people didn't like that movie. They were like, well, it's fine. But I agree with William. Like, I actually see like, wow, he did something here where it was like, whoa. And I remember there was like this one dude online. I think he was on Rogan. He kind of explained how Nolan, like the pacing of that movie and the way that he does it, and there's like a mathematical approach to it, kind of similar how he explains Memento and how he uses like a paperclip of how he did the storytelling. And I was like, oh, that's very interesting because, you know, Nolan's he just has this approach to, you know, the way that he tells a story. I mean, and yeah, I would, you know, so I don't think Nolan has a weak movie. I mean, I would say like maybe like his weakest movie, if you really think about it, is like Insomnia, because he was adapting a book, but even at the same time, he had Robin Williams and Al Pacino as the leads, and you watch that movie, it's still really good. Like it's a good fucking movie, but and then you even look at his first movie called The Following, which was like black and white, and I remember watching that movie. You know, no one already known. This was after like I think I watched that movie after The Dark Knight came out. This before Dark Knight Rises, and I remember watching the movie. Yeah, maybe it was even later than that. I don't know, but already knowing who Nolan is, and just seeing like you're seeing the foundation of his storytelling, even with that movie, because it does tell a non-linear story, and it works, even with something like really small and black and white and low budget like that. And I'm like, yeah, you could see the foundation of where he ends up being. But I mean, I get, you know, especially seeing with the Odyssey, or like people are like, you know, this guy, is he really the guy, you know, stuff like that. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, some people just don't like sometimes a certain type of storytelling. And I think the Odyssey is going to be very interesting when it comes out, to see the reaction from critics, from the audience. I still think it's going to do, you know, good money, but at the same time, it's going to be, there's definitely going to be a pushback. Like, I think, especially seeing the reaction to this latest trailer. So
I think it'll get mixed reception from fans. I think it'll probably get pretty good reception from critics. Critics seem to enjoy Chris Nolan. It's just the Oscars took a long time for them to come around, but he got him with Oppenheimer, so it worked out.
He was a strike away from not getting that, in my opinion, because if that strike doesn't, and I'm not saying he deserves it for that movie, if Dune doesn't get moved to March of that next year, I really think that changes. No, I'm just serious. I think there's one guaranteed no-brainer of that night, and that's Robert Downey Jr. for that supporting role. I think everything else, if Dune Part 2 was where it was supposed to be, I think there's a lot of Oscars that are up for grabs that night. And Denis Villeneuve, it's a good chance that Denis Villeneuve wins Best Director. As good a chance as Christopher Nolan. I just was like, damn, they moved that, and that took them out of that conversation.
What were we going to say, Ernie?
Nolan, you know, it's one after another. He takes big swings, man.
Yes.
He just goes into big, giant swings. Now, I'm about to leave, and I go, this is just too good, talking about Oppenheimer, and then I wanted to switch the topic to, I'm so excited for this Jackass movie.
Wow. You know what? Hey, I mean, that was my era when I was like in high school and going into adulthood. So, I mean, I'm with you on this, where I'm like, yeah, I'm going to be there. I mean, it comes out the same weekend as Supergirl, which is kind of funny, but you know, and it's so funny too, because
counter programming.
Like, right? Yeah, I know. But at the same time, it's like, this is two different audiences, you know. There's people who want to go see Jackass. They don't want to see Supergirl, and people want to see Supergirl. They don't care about Jackass. And I'm sitting there going, I want to see both, and I'm going to see both. Yeah.
Yeah,
I know. Jesus,
100% both.
So you're gonna have a super ass weekend, really?
Yes, a super Jackass.
I think
the combo no one saw coming, but needs
super ass.
I mean, there's just some movies where I'm like, you know what? I'm going to spend the $25 and get a tub of popcorn and a big drink. Usually I'm like, no, but for Jackass, I'm in. And I'm super excited for it.
I'm just concerned, honestly, because like I did not see the fourth one in theaters. I ended up checking out later on streaming, and I had a fun time with it. But my first and recurring thought throughout the entire movie was like, thank God this is the last one. These guys are getting up there. Like, I don't think they got any more in them. And now they're like, no, Jackass 5. I'm like,
they heard that, Paul, and they're like, you know what? We're going to show him.
I thought Paul was going to say, I didn't see 4, so I thought I was going to be lost.
Yeah, right.
There's a plot to these things.
I mean, did you miss the Easter egg? That was going to be the whole thing right there. That post-credit sequence.
Yeah,
I could be wrong, but I believe for this one, I think Bam is coming back into the fold, right? For the 5th one,
I think they. I don't know. It's been kind of back and forth because I saw clips where he's pissed at them, and then I heard that he's actually back, and I'm like, I don't remember seeing him in the trailer. So I don't know. Like when the trailer came about, I was like, I don't see Bam in there. So I don't know. I don't think he's back, but I think people thought he was back and they had a reunion, but I don't know. But I mean, it's I don't know. So it's so interesting because, when it came to the show, when it came to the movies, I mean, it was basically, they were fueled on, booze and God knows what else. And then all of a sudden it's like, now they're all sober. I guess most of them are sober. I don't know if like all of them are sober, but I don't think Knoxville was ever like, I think he still maybe enjoys a drink every now and again, but I know Steve-O's sober. Bam has, been back and forth, but he's been really sober. I mean, at least so now it's not fueled on that. Now it's just like, hey, let's just do this one more time. And I mean, they're in their 50s now. I mean, listen, I don't want to say like, or sound like an old man, I guess, but my favorite Jackass skit isn't even like any of the crazy stunts. It's literally the stunt where they have the giant stupid hand that they let go. Yeah.
That to me is the best one. Like, because it's so simple, it's so effective. Then you got guys carrying trays of like drinks, like walking in, and then all of a sudden they get hit by a big hand. Yeah.
But that brings out a point. The simplest thing.
Yes.
Just it makes the biggest laugh because it's just like it's so outrageous and it just triggers.
You don't need to be in a porta potty being slingshotted up and down.
Oh, like, man.
I mean, it's a lot. It's impressive, but no, just a simple physical gag of Bam getting hit with a giant hand to the point where his burrito flies out of his hand and goes into the trash.
Like simple things where you have the buzzer cam where like somebody's like dun, 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 and then somebody gets they just buzz the back of their hair, so now they have a bald spot for the rest of the whole thing because they weren't looking, and all of a sudden it's like they have a streak of freaking they got buzzed. Just stupid shit like that was like funny because it was like a running gag, I think in like the second movie or something like that.
Yeah.
And it was like, just stuff like that was funny. I mean, I remember when they had a Jackass episode where Brad Pitt, Brad Pitt was,
Brad Pitt gets kidnapped. And
Brad Pitt is just like standing there like in front of like in like a line for like a movie or something like that. And people are like, oh my God, it's Brad Pitt. And then a van rolls up and they kidnap Brad Pitt. It's like, it's so ridiculous. And then he was also like, when they were all dressed up in like monkey suits and they were like running through, a plaza, and Brad Pitt was part of that. Brad Pitt just wanted to be part of it, and this was like in the early 2000s. I don't think that was in the movie. I think it was in the actual show.
No, that was in the show, I think. Yeah. There was another one that was in the show that was, again, simple, effective gag. They go to like a country club with a bullhorn and they wait till someone does a drive and they
Oh my God.
I remember laughing my ass off on that because it was
so angry.
Yes. They were throwing their clubs and hitting balls at them. And
the first time I heard of it, somebody told me, I'm like, Jackass title. I don't want to watch it. It's like, well, this guy got shot by a beanbag from a shotgun, and I'm like, what do you mean, like with the vest on? It's like, no, not with the vest. I'm like, well, I got
no protection.
And then I remember the one that I remember is Knoxville with trying to do camouflage. With the bull.
Yes.
And I'm like, you're not against the wall, dude. The bull is seeing the side. I just didn't understand how they thought it was going to work.
Oh man. I know, and I'm surprised. I mean, the fact that Knoxville is still like
so many permanent injuries.
He said, I remember he was on Rogan and I watched that episode. He's had 14 concussions or 16. I can't remember. He's had a lot of concussions, but he's fine. He had his urethra ripped, he's had his, it's just, he's had his, he's had a lot of things, bad things like happen to him. And he's still just, I think he has that. I think he's even said he kind of has that, it's a disorder, but kind of not a disorder where you don't really have fear. You just kind of go, yeah, fuck it, just do it. Like he doesn't think
crazy.
I hate to crazy. I hate to sound. I hate to sound like a dick because I admire Jackass and Johnny Knoxville and their legacy and stuff. But I mean, this is something Johnny has admitted. He was on Conan like a decade ago, and he was talking about. I think this is just when like the genealogy stuff was starting out and getting popular. And he admitted to Conan live on air that like he had done a genealogy test and he had realized that a certain population of his family tree all came from the mountains, just mountain people. And like, it was heavily implied that there was a lot of incest involved.
And I think that's part of like what I'm going with. It was like, disorder.
It might just be a brain, development there because I don't know. I mean, funny enough, Conan himself has actually admitted to basically being inbred because he is like 100% Irish Catholic, and this doctor told him, he's like, that's not good. That means that
there was inbred.
Yeah, like you're inbred somewhat. Like no, they never left the island, Conan, until you went to America. So
hey, it gave us some comedy gold because I love Conan and I love Johnny Knoxville.
True.
That's great. But Ernie, I know you got to take off.
Sorry.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, but God, that was worth it just to go from the Odyssey.
This is what I love it when you're on here. When you're on here, to go from the Odyssey to Jackass. I mean, that was
the through line is very clear.
Yes,
and we talked about.
Imagine a Christopher Nolan Jackass movie.
It's like, oh boy.
I love that. I appreciate you.
You guys are just outdoing yourselves again.
So awesome. But thank you, Ernie. Go ahead and promote whatever you got to promote, what you're doing in the future. Are you there? Uh-oh.
Whoops.
Ernie's like, he's off in another world. What to happen?
Having old people problems.
Don't say that. We'll see what happens. I'll mute him right now because he probably maybe something closed on his end, so he doesn't. Yeah, that's probably what happened. He probably clicked something.
Got to unplug the Atari, Ernie.
Yeah. So okay. Oh yeah, he just messaged me right now. Whoops, hit the button a little too early. See you, fellas. All right. So. All right, we'll go ahead and do that. We'll do that. So we'll remove him just in case, because you never know. All of a sudden he's just like, all right, I guess I'm done. He's gonna remove his shirt.
He slammed his hand on the table.
Oh, there you go. He just left. He just left right now. So yeah, he probably just clicked something on his end. So yeah, and
Daredevil.
Huh?
I never got a chance to. Did you already go over Daredevil?
No, we will right now, but Chris has to go right now. We'll talk for Daredevil. But Chris, you got to take off. I know.
Yep, no worries. As always, great hanging out with y'all, fellas. Yep. And catch me on all the socials at Chris Balga, Marvel Alliance every Thursday at 9:10 Eastern Standard Time on the Geekverse Podcast YouTube channel, or you can just search for it for the audio feed on Marvel Alliance. We broke down recent episode of Daredevil, the finale, and next week, we're eating good. Punisher one last kill.
Yes,
so very very excited about that. Hey, a Tuesday night movie. Come on. Can't beat that.
Right, it is Tuesday. That's awesome.
Love it. See y'all next week.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Have a good weekend.
All right, go ahead and go ahead and talk some Daredevil, man.
That finale sucked.
I agree. I agree with William in the sense that I still stand by the fact that the show should have been longer this season. It's an embarrassment that the shitty Frankenstein season has one more episode, is longer by an episode than this season. This doesn't make any sense. We don't have to cut for time. We're on streaming. Like, the Spider-Man movie isn't out until July. We could have had more than enough time between Daredevil, the Punisher special, and Brand New Day and been totally fine. I don't know why we had to kind of rush to the finale. That's my complaint. But as it is, I still like the season overall, but I totally understand what William may be coming from or what he's about to say. So sorry, William.
I like the show and this season overall, but there's a problem that's built into this show, and it's reflective in its numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And it's something that I thought would be an asset when they made the decision, and it's not an asset. This isn't 2015. This isn't 2016. This isn't 2017. This isn't Netflix. And I'm finding out, especially last year when we were trying to get people into the show or we were doing our live streams of it, everybody who watched the Netflix show thinks a billion other people watched it with them. And the reality of it is back in that era, in the mid-2015s, if it wasn't coming from the MCU directly from the bowl to the spoon, they weren't going to watch it.
And I think that's why they were trying to, when they were introducing Daredevil into the MCU, they were trying to lighten him up. But I don't know, it's so weird because, obviously when we saw his first appearance in the MCU was She-Hulk, and goddamn, that was a totally different version. I mean, he even had the yellow suit to that point. And I think that when they were like thinking about like, oh yeah, we got to lighten them up for this. We're not going to bring back, it's going to be like kind of a reboot. They weren't going to bring back Karen. They weren't going to bring back Foggy. It was not going to be pretty much associated too much to
John Berthnall didn't even want to join the show in the original version. He's like, I'm not coming back as Punisher if that's what you're doing. Like, I'm good. Like, he was done. That's how different.
I don't know. It's so interesting because it's like, I mean, I think they made the right decision for sure to just like, hey, you can, you still can continue, but I mean, I actually do agree with William because I'm like, you've said that before. It's like, yeah, I mean, not even, it's not like the numbers were like super spectacular. I mean, they weren't like, but I think they were like, they were enough to justify, to keep on going. Sure. But at the same time,
they could have done a Netflix season 4 and it still would have got viewership, but it hit at that exact time where, Disney wanted to get back their stuff and, they had to cut they cut all the shows off basically. Right. If I remember correctly. Yeah.
So here's the problem with the decision to harken back to Netflix. If you do the logic math on this, the majority of the people who probably set eyes on that character for the very first time in any relevance to them was probably when he caught the brick coming through the window in Spider-Man No Way Home.
Yeah, and that's why that's why some theaters were cheering when they saw Charlie Cox as Matt Murdock.
And the one that I was asking me who what's going on.
Who is this? Yeah. Like my brother had no idea. Like when my theater actually cheered, and my brother was like, "Who's that?" I'm like, "It's Daredevil." He's like, "Oh, yeah," and I was like, "Yeah," because he had never watched the Netflix show.
Yeah. Like, which is like, and I'm not saying that you knocked the Netflix because I loved it.
No,
majority.
Exactly.
Now we got a show here. And we're bringing, and one of the weaker points that I started to tail off with the last season of Daredevil and pretty much all Defenders is Daredevil, no matter who is writing him in what era, is at its best when it's his tight circle of people and the antagonist and the protagonist. When we start bringing in, his amazing friends and in the Defenders, and he's on the screen, and things that are supposed to happen in Daredevil proper happen on a Defenders show, the entire Elektra thing, and the fact that they casted the right person to play that role, but I couldn't stomach her performance because I think she was only as good as what they gave her writing wise. Now we're here in 2026 once again, not 2020, not 2016, whatever, and brand new people are like, who the fuck are these people? When Luke Cage comes in, what relevance does he have to you if you just jumped on this thing because it's on Disney Plus?
Spoiler alert, guys. Yeah. Well, it's not
now,
spoiler.
Here's the thing that's really not. If they're going to do that, no problem. You got to do a better job this season than last season of making those people relevant to the people who are not, or otherwise you're giving them 3 years of 10-year-old homework. And I think that's where, as the story started to tail off into things, especially that one episode where we're revisiting the Kingpin and Vanessa's relationship that the people who are currently watch, you're gonna have to do some, throw a QR code up there so I can, if I'm just watching it from 2021 on, I scan it. If I want to go back and get that relevance, get that context, I can. But I think the more this show starts tying to an old ship that not everybody watched, I think there's just too much out there for people to watch.
Yeah.
And that finale was fucking awful. All right.
I don't know about awful, but
I wouldn't say awful. I would say rushed.
Let me tell you the ways. Especially that ending, which is bullshit. Hey, Kingpin, you just caught to conspiracy, to murder, and conspiracy to commit assassination, and you killed a whole bunch of people there at the courthouse. But if you renounce your citizenship and leave, you can just walk. Fucking Daredevil didn't kill anybody. He's sitting in his jail cell.
William. I'm sorry. Like, don't get me wrong. No, I agree with you, William. But I also know what is real in real life, which is Kingpin is rich and connected and can go to a private island and he won't be persecuted.
Dude, Epstein got his own island too.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, but Epstein was the fall guy. And he committed suicide. Like, do you see Trump in jail? No, he's running the fucking White House. Like, I'm telling you, this is what we're going for. The good guy who didn't murder anybody is in jail. Of course he is, because that's how life is. Like, I'm not shocked at all that Fisk is on an island and basking in the sunlight. By any stretch of
but he's also in his own prison technically because he's alone.
That's what's good about the symbology.
Yeah, he's alone. He doesn't have Vanessa anymore.
Yeah.
He lost what he was trying to build. He lost everything.
There are a few problems.
He lost his legitimacy too.
But Fisk getting away scot-free doesn't shock me in the least. Like, Kingpin would do that in the comics anyway. He gets away scot-free all the fucking time.
Well, he's in a prison cell next to Daredevil. It's fucking
or something. But look. Kingpin's been to prison in the books. Kingpin has been on an island in the books. Like, I mean, he's been to prison in the show. So, I mean, it is what it is. I'm not shocked at all that he was just able to walk away from it because he's connected. He's rich. Like, he knows the right people. Yeah, he killed a bunch of Daredevil cosplay.
Boom.
Yeah.
Just thought that was hilarious.
Fucking destroyed that guy, but like.
The guy who cracked his back on the corner of the stairwell, that guy's not okay.
No, none of them are okay. He's covered in blood, but no, him getting away scot-free was the least.
That wasn't the absurdity. As somebody who watched the Netflix show as it came out, people look at that show sometimes with revisionist history. That show was not without its flaws. I still love it. But the things that annoyed me about the latter stages of that show, I saw popping up in the last few episodes of this. The dialogue, the talking. So if you look at the very first episode, our first season one, where you had two different entities. You had Kingpin and you had Matt sitting at the cafe and talking. Just enough, just long enough. Doesn't get Netflix drawn out like the previous iteration. And Frank and him, when he comes down to find break. That situation, just enough dialogue, just enough time. The Netflix, they would have been still talking right now. So I felt a little bit of the sloppiness, sloppiness of the Netflix era creeping in to what should be a much more polished and much better produced and written Disney Plus era.
No. I can agree with you because I do not think that the Netflix show is perfect, but it is one of my favorite things that's Marvel, pretty much in the modern age. Look, I will say this to you. I both agree and disagree with you at the same time. I do agree that for newcomers coming in, they're going to be annoyed that they have to do, 10-year-old homework. But on the other hand, I do also think that if they do commit to it, they're going to be given a really great show, and they're going to understand why people love this character. The other thing, though, too,
I just don't think they are.
Right. No, and I understand that. But the other thing, too, and honestly, like, I have to be 100% with this, with my whole chest, because, like, I'm fine that they're connecting it to the Netflix stuff, because personally, I do not see Feige and his team making a better, like, more fun version of Daredevil that makes fans happy when the fans were clearly committed to this other iteration of the character, or this, original version from Netflix. Because, like, that show, with even its flaws, all of its flaws, is one of the best superhero TV shows of the last, like, decade. Like, it really, really was a well-made thing. And, like, I mean, I don't dislike Puckish Rogue. I call him Puckish Rogue Daredevil, or, Mark Waid Daredevil, I guess you could say, where he's not like a brooding, ninja, or I guess the version that's in She-Hulk. I guess that's the closest you can say, because that's more or less what they were doing, and that's essentially what was going to be Born Again season 1 until they figured out that they couldn't do that, and they had to, like, go back to the Netflix formula. But personally, like, I think if they had stayed away from the Netflix stuff, I think it would have been a bad idea. I don't think
I understand though why they thought about doing it, though. I agree with you. I understand why they were thinking about it, because now we are at where that thought process brings you. If you're going to do that, great, but you need to. It's a product. It's a product that you're selling to a customer, and I'm selling you 2026 product. But hey, remember what was on the shelf back in 2016? Oh, go back and go back to the Wayback Machine. And I just think that's just too, with so much on and so much in people's queues, that once you started running into those things to where that you had to be there moment, it starts becoming harder to connect to. And I just think they should have come up with a creative way to do that.
I think it would have been easier to accept had it happened earlier. And what I mean by that is before, like, the 20 plus Disney Plus shows that came out, all with varying quality and sometimes mid, sometimes awful MCU shows that came out connected to Marvel. Because for every WandaVision or Loki we got, we had to deal with, like, a Miss Marvel or, Secret Invasion. Yeah, much better example. I was going to say She-Hulk, but that's really kind of a mixed show, I think. I know a lot of people love to hate on it, but it's really just a mixed show, in my opinion. But yeah. So, but again, I don't disagree with you. I think it's a lot to ask of fans, or at least I should say newcomers. I'm not one of them. I was watching that show when it came out. Yeah. But I mean, anyone, if I ran a comics store like you, I would tell anybody, go watch the Netflix show original. Like, it's worth it. It's worth your time. It's just, I know it's a big commitment.
I have an advantage though, because I can hand them shit to put it into context. So, and this is one of the things that I love the show. And we were talking about the other night when we got to those numbers of the 50% plunge, and I'm like, okay, I had to take myself out of somebody who truly enjoyed the show for what it was and up till now, to why is a show like this losing people? It's not losing it because of quality. There are some bad episodes in season 2 that weren't that good, but every show that you're going to have across the board is going to have that. The overall season, even with the disaster that was this finale, was still something I felt that I invested good time in. But why would a show like that, John? We were trying to figure out, it was at the 8 format, but then again, it didn't spike last year after the episodes came out. So it's not like people who were the binge model people. I just think you're in a situation, and it's the same thing with shows I like to watch sometimes. I love them. I swear by them, and I got a tight circle of people that swear by them. But the reality of it is that it wasn't as big as I thought, and I've tethered this new show
to it, and now I need you to go back and figure out why Luke Cage matters. Why? What is Bullseye redeeming himself for? Yeah, you saw him in the first couple of things, and that's fine. I got it, but it's not my product. And now, you have a really good show. I don't know if it's going to get a season after this because now you're going to bring it into the finish.
I personally feel it's okay if it ends after season 3. I think what they want to do is they just wanted to reestablish the Daredevil name. They want to reestablish the Defenders. I do believe, I could be wrong, but I think Luke Cage is going to get Heroes for Hire. I could be wrong about that, but I think that's the case.
I hope they think hard about that.
I think going forward, what may happen, I could be wrong too on this. This is more of a prediction. I first off believe wholeheartedly that Charlie Cox's Daredevil is going to be in Brand New Day.
Yes.
I'm certain. I'll bet some comics there on that one. Yeah.
I'm like 99% certain that's going to happen.
That's
so
going to get broken out of prison.
That might give the show a boost too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
But again,
Last Way Home was the biggest movie, almost $2 billion in Spider-Man movies. You saw him there.
William, I agree with you. I'm just stating my end point here, which is that they are going to get the boost from that movie. The main focus that they want to keep on is Daredevil. And then, like I said, they're going to use season 3 to reestablish Defenders and continue on from there, get Heroes for Hire, whatever else they want to bring out. I think if they're smart, what they should do is that they should make a Daredevil movie. I don't know what quality or what the budget's going to be or what they want to do. The other main problem with Daredevil at this point, and I mean for everything, I mean even the comic books to a degree, especially after Frank Miller, is Daredevil is a great hero. He has a great supporting cast. He has a great backdrop, and he has one of the best or two best antagonists in his rogues gallery, which is Bullseye and Wilson Fisk / Kingpin. The problem is very much like the Ninja Turtles, which he also inspired, is once you take out the big bad, there's not a lot for him else to do other than fighting the Hand. Like, that's it. Like, once Shredder or the Kingpin is gone, you've got what? Stiltman? Like there's not much for him to work with.
There's two people that have written the Kingpin right, in my opinion. Two people. There's some really good ones too that have done it. There's two people that have written them towards that,
Kingpin
which you just
kind of shared between Spider-Man and Daredevil as well, right?
Oh yeah, Kingpin was
Frank Miller
Spider-Man
established
villain first.
Daredevil.
Yeah.
Frank Miller and Ann Nocenti and John Romita. Those two runs and Brubaker and all those runs, his run was great. But as far as establishing the Kingpin as a guy, he only needed to be in a panel. Yeah. But he was setting shit in motion that might involve, he could hire the Stiltman if he wanted to. The Typhoid Mary. What Frank Miller did is he set the standard for the environment, and everybody else stayed true to that in their own different way. And what Ann Nocenti and Romita Judah did for that 4 years helped set that stage. That's an underrated run. But if you look at how Buck Cashman, they created Buck Cashman, who's nothing like he is in the show, but he's still cool. Bullet, that's Buck Cashman. He created a lot of those characters. Typhoid Mary, which I don't like the Netflix portrayal of, even though I thought Alice Eve was the right person to play her. That portrayal of her was as bad as Elektra's portrayal that they did. So there was just a lot of things that the Kingpin he's permanently in the background, and there was a good 8 or 9 year run where he was the main antagonist. But there are other people that Wilson Fisk bought and paid for, other things that he caused, other things that he ruined, that you only had 32 pages a month to deal with. So it worked if you write him right. Because what Daredevil is not just him, it's Hell's Kitchen. It's the misery of the people. It's the misery of the people, and what the corrupt people put those people through. And there's one episode or one issue, which is like Daredevil, I think 103 to 107, where it had I Am Your God and all that one. And it got on the news because it was like, how could Daredevil say that? And what he was saying is, no, what I was saying is you'll worship all these powerful people. You'll worship the Kingpin, and he runs you into the ground and ruins your neighborhood. And he says, well, why not me? If you're going to worship him, I'm just here trying to make things better, but I can't do it without you. And when he said that whole army thing, And then everybody's like, oh, it's got to be the Defenders. And I'm like, are you fucking serious? That's what you got out of that? No, Daredevil's army has been the people of Hell's Kitchen. He can't do it without them. And when Brewbreaker was writing it, it was that case. So there's a lot of room to go that they could have gone. That last episode was like, it was like they looked at their watch and they said, fuck it, we got this amount of time left. Just throw everything in the microwave and push potato button.
Yeah. No, I think that's what we were kind of all agreeing on. It's like,
I still wish they had more time to breathe.
Yeah,
I don't disagree with that. I'm just laughing at Williams' analogy with the potato.
Make these guys relevant though. Make me understand. Make a new person that's not going to find a way for the guy who just doesn't have the time to go back and watch a 10-year-old show in 3 years of it. If you're going to put these people in, that's cool. Find a way to make it, because I truly believe that as we started going down those roads, that's when the numbers started dropping. Because it wasn't because it was a bad show.
No, I don't disagree. I mean, I think some people are lost. I think it's more of just, people don't want to go back and do homework, unfortunately. But like, I mean, it is what it is. But no, I agree with you in general, though, that Daredevil as a character is always best when it's him, the streets, and an antagonist, and that's the story. Unless, of course, he's like having a flashback to college or some other type of story. But
I've been seeing a lot of people going like, there is a lot of moving pieces, and oh my god, it's like, what the hell? Is this a Daredevil show? We got this character, we got that character, we got this going on, and I saw a lot of people like, and I even saw that too, where even sometimes I put it on and I'm like, oh man, there's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of characters where it's like, Jesus Christ, let's get to some Daredevil just fucking taking on some people here, and when he does, it's great. And I even think, like, going back to what we were talking about, it's like, they did a good job of making him a little bit more fantastical, not as grounded, where it's like, some of the fighting gets a little, whoa, okay, now we're doing that, now he's doing this, he's doing that. Some of the, I remember, I forgot which episode it was, but when he was freeing like all the people that were in the cages, and it was like a crazy one shot. It was a crazy one shot that like happened, and it was like a lot of, and he was like, I like that stuff, because even he was like when he was done with that, he was like, he was just like, fuck, I just, he was like amped up, and I'm like, that kind of shit. Cool.
I think my favorite scene in the whole season was basically just where he confronts Fisk in the basement, and
that was cool.
It's the shot of the horns on the face, but more so it's Fisk just losing it.
Yeah,
and Matt's head droops, and then he tries to fight Matt, and Matt doesn't even engage at first. He's just swinging and swishing. He's like Muhammad Ali, like not getting even touched. And then he realized he's going to have to fight. Like, he just has to, because, it's a charging bull, essentially, and then it ends with that great, like, knee to the face and stuff. And, but then, like, even the destruction of the pitcher is great, because it's just Kingpin losing while winning at the same time. It's just this, back and forth. But I'm a huge fan of that in the books and everything. So that really got to me. But at the same time, there is one or two episodes where it's kind of just like not a lot happening. It's just like setting up. And it's like, you guys are going to have to get and do all this stuff at the last minute, which they did. And I was like, William, it's like, I get what William's complaining about.
Yeah. So do I. Like, when I was watching, I was like, man, they're trying to fit a lot in this last episode. And then they're like, okay. And then they're also trying to set up things for season 3. So they have to do that too.
What I predict.
What's the psychiatrist, Heather Glenn? What the fuck?
No, the Lady Muse thing doesn't even bother me, because you don't like her character by the end of season 1, and it's like they were able to actually maneuver that and make that into something, whatever it may be. But it's like, okay, fine, like that, whatever, for this continuity that works. Like,
you knew that it was going to be the case. Like,
also, if you know the books, it's not uncommon for some of Matt's exes to go fucking batshit. Like,
all the ones he sleeps with are crazy.
He puts his dick in crazy all the fucking time.
He has a type. He
does have a type, but overall,
even Karen's a type in this shit.
Yeah, Karen's.
I mean, she even said it in a fucking one of the episodes. She's all, I sleep next to a man who disappears at night. When she was talking to the psychiatrist, and she's but it's also kind of hot, and I'm like, good God, she's fucked. And even in the last episode when they're before he gets arrested, I mean, she goes like, because they're not running, they're not being hunted. It's like, how do we get used to this? And then she goes, we're fucked up. And I'm like, yeah, you guys are fucked up, especially you, Karen. You seem like you're really fucked up about all this shit.
She's worse in the comics, so
yeah.
She's not as heroic at certain points in comics.
No,
they can never go to those.
I personally feel that one of the reasons why Karen is the way that she is in this show too, and I don't mean just this show, I mean like Netflix as well. It's just that the cast and crew seem to love Deborah Ann Wool, and they wanted Karen to be better than she was in the books, so making her the investigative reporter and all of that stuff, and bringing her back at the end of season 1 of Born Again. They want Deborah Ann Wool to be on there. They went so far as to, and I saw this in an interview and I even commented on it, and I get what Charlie's trying to say, like in terms of the show and everything, but I think he was referring to the comic books, and he's been quoted as saying he's read like every Daredevil comic, which I think is great if that's true. But he was like, well, Karen Page is to, Matt Murdock and Daredevil. It's like his MJ. Mm-hmm. And even I was like, no, she's more like Gwen Stacy at best. Like it's not an MJ thing at all. Like
MJ never did porn and heroin.
Yeah, MJ also never got stabbed to death that I know of. So no, she's a Gwen Stacy at best. But you could make arguments for Elektra more so than you could Karen Page. But that's just them, I think, loving Deborah Ann Wool and wanting to keep her around and, trying to do interesting things with her character. I like Karen in the show. I think the fact that she pissed Heather off so much that Heather fucking bitch slapped her and shit.
That interaction, that was the first time that character had any use to me. Her character in this show. I mean, every time I saw her, I'm like, I'm adding up her minutes on screen. I'm like, wow, we could have given these minutes to somebody else. Because it's not her fault. It's just there's just too many people who broke up the flow of the show. And
I know.
I didn't need to see BB.
I miss Foggy so much in this show.
Okay. Yeah, I know.
Foggy was the shining light of the original show.
And they had a whole episode where they flash back, but it felt like it was
worst episode of the season, by the way.
Huh?
Really? You thought it was the worst episode? Oh, hold on. I want to dissect this. Why do you think it's the worst one, William? Tell me.
What are we doing in that episode? We're reminiscing about some shit that
I really didn't like it either, to be honest.
Okay. We could have killed her off and gone through the previous episode instead of, let's keep her alive for one more episode. You basically did what you could have did in another episode with her dying. That whole episode, it was a flashback episode. And once again, we are flashing back to things that the new viewer is like, what? And it was slow. It was, I didn't need a fight scene.
I didn't really like it. I didn't really like it either.
So, but even with that episode, like the finale takes the cake, but that episode was like, that was more like I hate to use the word because I think it's overused, filler.
Filler, yeah.
Because there's nothing in there. You knew how he was going to respond once she died. Everything you did in that episode, you could have already covered that in the last 20 minutes of episode 4, but you just gave me a class, a yearbook, and it's like, no.
All right. Hey, man, you're welcome to your opinion. I didn't hate the episode, but as far as filler goes, I will take this over the bank episode any day of the week. That being said...
it's kind of funny because I almost kind of like the bank episode because it definitely was a filler episode.
But I like aspects of the bank episode. I like him just taking out the bank robbers, but it shouldn't have lasted a whole episode. It should have been like a 10-minute sequence, and then you're done and move on to the next thing. But I forgot
about the bank episode.
Yeah. Well, everyone has, but my predictions are. My predictions are from what you guys have told me, from what we've talked about, and I think you guys can pretty much agree. I think what's going to happen is season 3 is going to probably be the last season for Daredevil. It will wrap things up. It will set up Defender stuff and or Luke Cage or whatever else they want to spin off into. And then wherever Kingpin is by the end of that season and or Daredevil, because obviously season 3 I think will take place after Brand New Day. Then they will leave it up to basically D'Onofrio and Charlie Cox to just show up whenever to pop up as Kingpin and Daredevil. What I hope they can do is that in later movies or shows, they can just bring in Daredevil for a brief cameo or to pop up to remind you that he's there. And what I really hope they can do, because I know this isn't rights issue with Kingpin, I really want Kingpin to be a man who is affecting the street level things of New York City. Not as mayor, because that's already been done, but utilize and establish Kingpin back in a criminal capacity way of what he can do going forward. Now, I don't know what they're going to do with him in season 3. I've seen some photos, and it doesn't look like he's doing... Yeah, he doesn't look like he's doing Kingpin stuff. But I could be wrong. I don't know. It depends what they want to do. But if they follow the books, which a lot of times they do, well, actually, that's also the other thing too. With Matt and Daredevil, the identity is pretty much exposed at this point. So I don't know if he can even go back to dressing up as Daredevil to a degree. I think he's going to still do it for season 3, but they've already come forward and said they're not going to do the what do you call it? The purple children, right away.
Darn.
But I'm not even thinking about this. It didn't even occur to me. On top of all of these things happening, I totally forgot. We're going to get Secret Wars in
That's
2 years.
So he's going to go back to being secret if they want to use Daredevil going forward. So
right. And they don't even need to use Charlie if they don't want to. I think that'd be a bad idea because I think Charlie, I agree with Dave, Charlie is one of the best castings of Matt Murdock Daredevil you could ever do in the modern age. And Charlie has pretty much made it clear that he wants to do Daredevil forever because he loves the character. So yeah, I think they're going to stall for time. I think they're going to get this season done. They're going to do the Brand New Day cameo, and then depending on whatever happens,
I don't think it's going to be a cameo. I think it's going to be more than a cameo.
I think he's going to actually get broken out of prison and that.
Yeah, he's going to be in it. I mean, he's going to be in it for a while, I think.
Yeah, so that's not a cameo. That's the thing.
All right.
Yeah.
Fair. Okay.
Regardless, type moment.
Yeah.
They're going to do season 3. They're going to get the Secret Wars, and then whatever the status is after Secret Wars, what I would like would be to have Daredevil get a movie and have it be a plot where you don't need to do all of the show watching. Maybe just as long as you know who Daredevil is and you know who Kingpin is, and you know who maybe Elektra and the Hand is. Maybe just basic things, and you don't need to do a shit ton of homework, and that's it. I would like that personally.
Defenders is a non-starter. I don't understand the thought process of even entertaining a Defenders show in 2026, 27, 28.
I'm not saying a Defenders show. I'm just saying the Defenders as characters establishing street level character. Basically, you're going to have Avengers, you're going to have Young Avengers, you're going to have Defenders. You're going to have different people on different levels working throughout New York City and or the U.S. That's it. The only show I could see them physically doing would be setting up something maybe for Luke Cage, Heroes for Hire, because that's the one thing that they didn't get to do with the Netflix stuff.
Yeah, but I think it's going to bomb though. I mean, because based on what audience and if we can't, I just can't see where they would say where's the audience at for this to the point where it's let's go ahead and spin this and where's the momentum of this. I mean, I could see if we had spent the last 2 years building up some of these characters, and I would disagree with that too because you only have 57 odd minutes, and I want the title character, but I don't know where the risk is or why Are we doing this for the Netflix audience, which I'm not sure was as large as, like I've already said? That's real money.
Listen. I'm saying what I want as a fan. At the same time,
there you go.
No. But I also at the same time, I don't know how they're thinking. I don't know what they're trying to hit. If they're trying to hit multiple niche audiences, because listen, none of DC's strategy makes any sense to me. Who the fuck wants a Peacemaker show? But we got fucking 2 seasons of it. I did not ask for a She-Hulk show or a Miss Marvel show at any point in my life, but we fucking got them. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. You know, it could be.
Those are easier to sell, though, because you're marketing those characters, good or bad, alongside a machine that's been humming since 2008. Whereas this other thing is not part of that machine. It's been absorbed into that machine. And, you know, and the same thing. And then the Peacemaker one is always it's a weird one because of the type of management and who was greenlighting what. They weren't the reasons. We all know that there were some issues there. But when you're talking about the people who've actually done it right for the last 2 decades, you know, anything you bring along the MCU, whether it be the talking raccoon, the talking tree, any of those things, that machine affords you the opportunity to take risks that you would not be able to take unless that machine was there. And Daredevil's not part of that machine. It is now, but all these other characters, all these other things were not part of that machine. So you have a history of these things being out there, and I'm not sure that they're out there for you to see. And if you wanted to watch them, they're there. And if you wanted to carry over, your audience wouldn't have been dropping 50%.
Well, again, nothing as far as I know has been fully greenlit. So, I mean, season 3 could happen at Daredevil, and then that's it. We don't get anything else after that. Unless, you know, Charlie pops up in another movie or something like that, or Kingpin is established as a New York criminal kingpin again or something like that nature. You know, so.
Yeah.
You know, that could be the case. You could be 100%.
I'm just always worried about spending new money on old fantasies. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I get it.
Like, but then you got something like the Punisher One Last Kill that's going to be coming out, and I mean the fact that it's just going to be like a one-off thing. It's like
special presentation.
Yeah.
They need to do more special presentations because not everything needs to be a TV show. The Werewolf by Night was one of the best things that they made. You know, that wasn't like a 5-episode thing. It was an hour and a half movie, and it was great. It was a TV budgeted movie, but it worked. It was fine. Like, it got the job done.
Yeah, it kind of showed like, hey, we could do this. We could do this too, you know, kind of thing.
Instead of episode 5, which was basically a long bathroom break for me, what they could have done is had a primer episode of, if you're going to have flashbacks of people that you're going to be using in the future, give me a sort of a flashback, some context of what went on from 2015 all the way up. Not too much weight, but something that kind of like gets you a lure that's like, okay, there's enough here that I really want to jump on YouTube and use some of these tutorial videos that'll let me know, you know, or maybe I want to go back and you can see this. And then because there's a lot of weight that those characters from the Netflix era have in their presence that's just not there if you Google them. Google Luke Cage. I mean, that doesn't, you know, John Bernthal's Punisher built his bones in that series and carried over, and is a kind of a character in the John Wick era that doesn't really need to be polished for you and ready-made for you. He's a guy who kills a lot of people at close range. When we have Beekeeper and John Wick around, he fits right in to a brand new viewers, whether they were watching him or not. So he's probably the easiest one to do.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
people like John Bernthal too, as an actor, you know.
Yeah, his stardom has only grown since the Punisher TV show. But also, Punisher is one of the easiest sell of any character you can have. Like, he doesn't like murderers, rapists, pedophiles, and he kills all of them. Oh, I'm sold. I like that character. He sounds cool, you know. Like,
he doesn't like cops. I mean,
he doesn't like crooked cops and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, so it works. Like, a lot of people can get behind Punisher. He makes sense, you know,
immediately. Whereas Luke Cage, I'm like, okay, and Iron Fist, okay, who are you? Why are you on my screen?
I mean, I would say Luke Cage is actually pretty easy. It's like he's a black man that has bulletproof skin. That sounds fun, you know, like that's it. And he hooked up with Jessica Jones and has a daughter. Like, I don't think that takes that much explaining. Iron Fist, on the other hand.
That's going to be interesting how they bring him back.
Yeah. Like, he's a rich kid that was in a mountain during a plane crash, and then he got adopted by monks, and then he was raised among them, and then he hugged a dragon, and he got a tattoo on his chest. And now he has magical powers with the fist, and he's a dumbass. But he's also the best friend of Luke Cage somehow. What? I don't know. Just roll with us on this one.
Yeah, that's a lot to trust. That's a lot to trust with your time. And like I said, you can explain Luke Cage, no problem. Yeah. There's a difference between explaining something and experiencing something, because I think it matters more when you experienced it. Otherwise, it's just a name, and you're leaning over to the person you're watching it with. Who's that?
Yeah. Also with Danny Rand. Danny Rand. He's a billionaire, and he runs around with just a hood and no mask or costume to hide his identity whatsoever. This is working out great. I really hope they give him the at least the costume in this one, because
with the big the collar, the giant. You want him with the giant collar and the gold.
I just want him with like a mask that covers at least the top of his face. I mean, it doesn't even have to be that great. I mean, fucking Daredevil was wearing the scarf and shit, like in the Defenders. I don't know.
Even in Defenders, he was He was all that. Yeah, it's like why not?
Yeah. I mean, if it's really that hard for the actor to see through a mask or something, maybe just do like CGI over the eyes or something. I don't know, but just there's got to be a way that it works and they can make it work.
Didn't have like the white eyes on it too.
No. So he has. I mean, I saw season 1 and 2.
I don't know the character all that much.
So I saw season 1 and 2 of Iron Fist a long time ago, but
I saw only season 1.
He has the costume, or he has at least the mask when he's training with the monks in flashbacks. But as far as I remember, throughout the entirety of the Netflix show, he never really wears the costume, like when he's in.
But I'm talking about the actual costume. He has eyes in the mask.
Yeah, right? I mean, it's like Spider-Man. He has like white. He has like white. Like white eyes, basically. Yeah.
So it's why can't you do something like that? With and have him wear. Yeah, I know in the TV show they're like, we're not doing that. Because for some reason, but it's like nowadays, now that you had your Deadpool, your Spider-Man where the eyes can move. It's like, why can't you just you can have that too, where it's like you have the mocap, on the mask where you can have the eye movements and replace, I mean, I think like that's one of the things that Deadpool evolved the live action comic book genre is like, you can have it where you can have expression with the white eyes, it's like,
right.
It's not going to work with everybody, of course, but at the same time, it's like with something like Iron Fist, like, maybe you can do something like that where you can have the mask and you can have the mask have the eye, and then they brought that to Tom Holland's Spider-Man where it's like, he can move the eyes. It's mechanical. But but then I think they're going to apply that with the new costume and everything. It's like, where it's not just everything's just it's just one little thing.
They want the mask to be expressive as they are in the books and stuff, which makes sense. It's just easier to show like shock or awe or anger or any of that stuff. Yeah. But I don't know. But I'm not too worried about any of it until pretty much the end of Daredevil season 3. I think at that point we'll have a feel of what the MCU or Kevin Feige wants to do going forward and where those characters will go or what they do. And again, like I said, it could just be basically there to establish that the Defenders are an MCU thing and that they're taking care of like street level crime in, Harlem and Hell's Kitchen and different parts of, I mean, I think the bigger challenge is integrating Spider-Man and Kingpin and all that into all this at the same time. But like I said, Secret Wars happens, and then they can just do whatever they want after that, and they can establish what they need to do, and and then that's that. So, but either way, I'm interested in season 3. I want to see season 3 and see what they do for better or worse, and like I'm sold on that. So. I'll just go from there. Basically,
I mean, no matter we all have our our critiques and our grievances when it comes to this stuff, but we're always like looking forward to let's see what the next thing provides, and maybe it'll satisfy, but sometimes it won't, and that's just the way it is. And I think we all kind of I think we have different levels, but at the same time, it's like the finale was. There was a lot that was going on. I like that Kingpin was just went nuclear, and then you saw it was like cutting back and forth between him just like fucking up like those people, and then you had Daredevil and Jessica Jones that were trying to keep those people back at one point, but then even they were fucking up the ATVF, whatever they were fucking up those guys.
Yeah,
so they were kind of doing like a cool thing when it came to that, but then it was just like, Jesus Christ, I was like going like, where is this ending? Where is this going? What the fuck? And there was just a lot that they were trying to put in that last episode.
Yeah.
That talking on the terrorist. Oh boy.
The what?
I love you, Wilson. That talking on the terrace when they're talking to you. You don't have to do this, Wilson. I'm like, I'm having Netflix flashbacks of those dialogues that lasted just a minute too long and fucked it up. And then I'm like, what are you doing? And then it's and one big problem I have. I'm sorry. Officer Powell getting his ass beat.
The what? Say that again.
Officer Powell, that guy didn't get fucked up, and I needed to see that. That guy did an awesome job.
Well, you saw him just get a little.
He's gonna get his ass kicked in that prison.
Well, now he's in that prison. I think they were kind of showing you that, because that guy. I mean, talk about casting the right guy just to have that. He has such a punchable face, where you're just like, I want that guy to get just boom, boom, just like Daredevil, just or somebody just punching.
Punisher. I was hoping Punisher would get a hold of him. And just,
maybe that'll happen. Because you saw that last shot where he, when Matt is walking past all those guys, and then you see him, and he's there. At least he's in prison. But that guy throughout the whole thing. Again, talk about casting the right actor. I don't even know who that actor is. I think I've seen him in other things, but he just played that so well, where you're like, every time I see you, I hate you. I hate you. I want to punch you through my TV screen. So
they had me sold on him right away. Like whether it was, the Born Again is such a weird first season, because when Matt attacks Powell in that apartment, I thought he had killed Powell and his men.
Yeah.
And then it was like the way it was shot, I thought like Powell's neck snapped, and I was like, oh, okay. And that's why Matt's screaming, because he killed them. Yeah. And then the next episode, it's like he's got a black eye and everything's cool. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like so that was but that whole season was a fucking Frankenstein's monster. But the second, I think this is the end of season 1. That whole great scene where Punisher's tied up and all of the fanboy cops are there with their symbols. And he's like, you're fucking clowns, all of you. And I was like, yes. And Powell's like getting on a knee and being like, hey, we love you, man. We love what you do. And he's just like, Frank's being like, get the fuck away from me before I kill you myself. Yeah. Like, it's just. And
they're all wearing his skulls, and he's like looking at them like, what are you pieces of shit?
Yeah.
Every time he was on the screen, Barenthal was just, wow.
Yeah. No, Barenthal understands Frank on that level for sure. He's a different. I love Barenthal as an actor, and this is more preference. It's not because I think he does a bad job as Punisher. I don't. I just think he's a different type of Punisher, because my Punisher in my head is like Garth Ennis Punisher, like established. And funny enough, I think like the Thomas Jane version is closer to that interpretation of Frank. Mm-hmm. And a little bit of the Ray Stevenson version, because Ray Stevenson version is very, very, very close to it. But the movie itself is just a real mess.
The movie was not very well done, but he was great.
Yeah, he was a solid Frank. But like Berthenol is very much himself a lot with that character, but it's also a much more modern take on Punisher, because Punisher season 1 in Netflix is, to me, an almost perfect season. Like it's terrific. I really, really love that show, or that season particular. So Berthenol is not my preferred version, but he's a good version of Punisher. It's kind of like Robert Pattinson. Like I guess I prefer Michael Keaton or Ben Affleck. Yeah. But Robert Pattinson is by no means a bad Batman.
Yeah.
It's just not my preferred version. That's all.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So I can't identify with Ray Stevenson, but I when I see their movies, I don't see them as really bad or anything. But there's like when Larry Hama defined Punisher after Stephen Grant and all those guys, that's the Punisher I see Barenthal through. I see it because Garth Ennis' Punisher was great, but it's the Larry Hama Punisher and the things and the disciplines that he put in them. That's what I see in Barenthal. the without having Barathon, it's just a guy with a skull on his chest as a vigilante telling a vigilante story.
Yeah.
Well, Barathon brings out the soul of what the character, in my opinion, was made to be.
I want to preface, because I don't disagree with you, William. And I should let people know if they don't understand, because we talk writers and artists and stuff all the time, but we don't actually talk about their we don't always talk about their execution. And people should know that if you're reading Garth Ennis Punisher, which again I like to run a lot, I think Ennis is one of the best Punisher writers, but I don't disagree with what you say, William, because the way that Garth Ennis writes most of the Punisher books, with the exception, unless he's talking about Frank Castle like in the Vietnam times, because his Frank is always from Vietnam. It's never from almost any other period. But if he's talking about Frank before the Punisher, before like the incident that happens that causes him to become Punisher, the way that he writes the Punisher character is always from the perspective of everybody else around the Punisher. The Punisher is treated more of like a natural disaster in human form, that he just comes to town, fucks everything up, and then we're seeing the chaos, sometimes of it happening in real time, but most often you're seeing the before and the after of when he comes in, and everyone trying to piece together Frank Castle or like why he killed these particular people. Sometimes it's obvious, like mafia. Other times it's a little bit more, up in the air. And sometimes they have to find out that it is the Punisher. They don't always know it is. And so, but he's not a very large three-dimensional character in the Ennis run. And I think because Garth Ennis viewed the Punisher as just that, a force of nature. Because the Punisher, I mean, when you break him down, is a very simple character. He finds a target, he kills them, sometimes horribly, collects whatever money they have or whatever else that no one's going to miss from them, and then moves on to the next target while he reassesses and rebuilds whatever he needs to do. And that's it. That's his entire existence. But yeah, as you said, Larry Hama probably made a more, three-dimensional character and something that was much more. Now, was Larry Hama, was that the years where like Micro was in the van and all that stuff?
1987 run.
Okay.
What Larry Hama did, because Larry Hama was a former Vietnam veteran, he was a former Marine, so he identified with the character. He told the Punisher story from his point of view, his justifications, right down to the equipment. Like he wouldn't just pull out a gun and shoot you. He would pull out a gun and explain to you why he's using that gun in this particular environment, and why, what he's doing, the bombs, everything else. The very first issue of the Hama run is he's got a bazooka and he's breaking into a crack house, and he's justifying why he's using the bazooka. He's like, and it's not right. Everybody in this fucking building is a criminal. Fuck them if they all die. So and that's what he does. He puts a bazooka shell into there, and he breaks it down into a science. And that's where I think the Larry Hama version works, because he breaks it down into a science that if you're the reader is not okay, even if you're rooting for him. He breaks killing down to a science. These people don't matter. The collateral damage doesn't matter, because he's figuring these people are killing you anyway. All I'm doing is making sure that they don't move on to another neighborhood and kill other people. So the Larry Hama version, and Larry Hama was doing G.I. Joe at that time, and that's where he had a military. That's why the comic G.I. Joe wasn't the joke that the cartoon G.I. Joe was, because it was being written by a guy who had been in a war, and people died, and that's why people in the comics died where they didn't die in the comics. And he wasn't, he would have a mass shooting. I mean, episode 3, he's fighting a cult member, and he kills like 16, 17 people, I think. And his rationale is different, because you're going from reading Spider-Man and Daredevil, and I can't do this. I don't want blood on my hands. Everybody deserves a future. And then you got this guy, fuck you. And don't even beg. I'm just going to shoot you. And that's what he does. He's shooting people point blank. And it was the first comic outside of what Frank Miller was doing to where they went places that they wouldn't let other superheroes go. And Barenthal is that. Even right now, there are places the MCU will not let some of their characters go, and will not let them be what they can be in the comic, because of reasons you're selling this to. Punisher is the one that just does the shit he does is like makes me jump. Like that bar scene in that season of Daredevil, where he's sitting in there talking to Karen Page, and he tells her to leave because he knows all these guys are coming for him in that diner, and he kills them in ways that's like, fuck, God, ooh, shit, I need to hit the pause button. I mean, he's killing people point blank and breaking their neck, and he's doing it with a viciousness. And here's the difference between the Barenthal version, why it's closest to the comic, and the other two versions, and the Drago one, if you want to consider.
We don't need to talk about Dolph Lundgren. Are you talking about Dolph Lundgren?
Trauma. Frank Castle is the trauma. The trauma is Frank Castle. No other character, in my opinion, has played that to the T that Barenthal has. And when you're writing Frank Castle, that's why the Garth Ennis run that I did enjoy for what the point of view that it was. But because it's told from angles that are not him all the time, the trauma is what drives him. And that's what made that scene in that episode 4 of the first season where he's telling Matt, say his name. That's two people that have been through some shit. And that's what drives Punisher. When he says, I still hear my son every time I move, kill him. That's the trauma. And if you don't have the trauma, you don't have the Punisher. That's why I think Barenthal.
No, I think that's a valid. I think that's a valid argument and a valid example. I mean, like I said, with the Garth Ennis, I understand at least what Garth is trying to do, because in Garth's mind, the way that he's writing Punisher, other than a natural disaster, he basically treats the Punisher as he was once a man named Frank Castle. Something horribly terrible happened to him, and then he just became the embodiment of death, and that's it. Like,
he made him folklore. He made him folklore that you feared.
Well, I think, I mean, you can make the argument too if you want. I mean, this is me just saying this. I don't know if that's the intention, but like, you know, the way the Punisher stories read from Garth Ennis, it's basically kind of like, I think, how people in the Marvel universe would talk about the Punisher and why he's so feared. Because really, he's just a disgruntled, angry vet with like a bulletproof vest suit. That's it. Like, when you really break him down. But like, the way that he exists in the Marvel universe, he is folklore. He is this like walking, you know, he's a man that should not be alive. And even in multiple times in the comics, he has died and come back. Like, it's like he's meant to walk the earth, causing mayhem and chaos. There's a great panel where I think it's Micro or whatever, but somehow the government tries to use him to take out dictators across the sea, basically. And he ends up like taking out their operation and still agreeing and kind of taking out some of these dictators. And the dictators are aware of who he is. The legend has spread, so they're aware of who the Punisher is. And there's a great panel where, you know, they were trying to get Frank and these other people, and it didn't work. And Frank is the lone survivor. And there's nothing around. It's just the desert. And Frank just grabs a giant rock, you know, and you know what's going to happen.
Of course.
And it's like the main dictator and like his assistant who was like bleeding and dying. And then they both look over and they see that it's Frank. And the dictator is crazy, but he's not like outwardly crazy. It's more of like an inner crazy. And he's like accepting of what's happening. And he just says to his assistant, he's like, listen, don't whimper, don't cry. Like, you know, death has arrived, basically, you know, basically saying like, there's no way out of this. Like, this is it. And you know, I think you either see the shadow go over them and you know it's going to happen, or you see, cause I can't remember if it was regular comics or Max, and Max is a lot more graphic, you know.
Yeah, I think it was Max.
Yeah, but
I do remember that story very well.
Yeah, but I think that you're telling me the interpretation with Larry Hama, I think, is a great interpretation as well, because I think that's the interpretation that a lot of the Marvel heroes see Frank, because they know that Frank doesn't necessarily care about collateral damage. Like he might try to avoid it, but if he knows he has a 95% chance of taking out all these drug dealers, and there's only a chance of like one innocent victim getting in the crosshairs, like he might take that chance, you know, and then
rules of engagement. Yep.
Right. And then the heroes have to clean up after him, and that's why they don't like him. I mean, it's a controversial comic, but I think one of the best sequences in Civil War is when, like, you know, Captain America beats the shit out of Frank because he's just had enough of him being the Punisher. And Frank doesn't do anything. He doesn't fight back because to him, because he's a veteran, like Captain America is the embodiment of everything that they wanted to be when they were children, you know, and like that's it. You know, it's just so many great parallels, which is to me really funny too, because
I know. I mean, not that Garth Ennis created the Punisher, but like Garth Ennis is known very much not even like the character of Captain America, because he finds him to be sort of a parody of the veterans that came, you know, in of the real world. Even though Captain America was created by a war veteran himself, but you know, that's a whole other discussion.
Two of them.
Yes, Joe Simon as well, correct?
Yep. Joe Simon and Jack Kirby.
Yep. So and those guys saw war. Like they did not. There was no like. I think Stan Lee was able to work for the newspaper during World War II, but Jack Kirby was literally a scout. He got sent out to draw enemy bases and then go back to the base and show them what he drew so that they could have a better idea of like the enemies and like where to hit them and stuff. That was
all those guys.
One of his jobs.
Off note, all those guys, we're talking World War II. If you look at all the major creators, they were all Jewish or Jewish immigrants.
Oh, yeah. First generation, Stan Lieber, Kurtzman. Yep, they all had to change their names too.
Ditko, Joe Simon, Schuster, Siegel, all those guys. And it almost to me is when you look at them, you're like, they know what's going on, because back in World War II, we didn't have YouTube, we didn't have internet. So a lot of the things that were happening in Europe, if you didn't want to get involved in a war, you could just turn your head away, but they couldn't. They had people back in the old country. They knew what was going on. And to me, it always felt like they were creating the heroes that they wish they could have over there fighting right now, because they all knew what was going on.
Right.
But
and I mean, Superman came out of the Great Depression. I mean, like that's widely known, you know. I mean, or just any of that.
Ultimate immigrant story.
Yeah,
he's the ultimate immigrant story,
without a doubt. But
I mean, that's where these. I mean, you know, when it comes to a lot of things that happen in reality, that's where some of these heroes were born out of. It's like, hey, let's get an escape from, you know, what's happening. Yeah.
Punisher and Wolverine. I mean, I don't know if it's verified, but I mean, I think you can directly correlate that with the Vietnam War and how they made more gritty characters in this time period, and that's just kind of where they came from. And then they became sort of the standard for a long time, and then that's where you get the 90s, and then that reflective quality back of, like, you know, Kingdom Come exists because of 90s comic books and the way that they were going. And that was Alex Ross and Mark Waid responding to like the Rob Liefeld of comic books, essentially. You know, that's what Magog is. He's a Liefeld parody, essentially.
Yeah.
But I mean,
great. That might be the greatest miniseries I've ever done, to be honest with you. That's I put that slightly above the Dark Knight, just slightly by like millimeters. Well, but that ages like really well.
It's apples and oranges for me, because The Dark Knight Returns is a great story about what would happen if Batman retired.
Yeah.
And like Kingdom Come is what would happen if Superman retired. And completely different stories, but both very relevant and both very, I mean, I think Kingdom Come was a little more timeless because it's not held down by any particular thing. Because you don't have to know 90s comics to understand Magog.
It's an Elseworld. It's a true Elseworld. It's what Elseworlds used to be when it was completely disconnected, and you could just buy it right off the shelf without it.
I'm just saying The Dark Knight Returns is much more heavily tied to the 1980s with Russia and Reagan. And all that
Reagan's
stuff.
in it.
Yeah. Oh, Reagan is winking at Superman, and that itself is a joke because of Superman always winking in the old comic books. So like there's a lot of under messaging there and stuff like that. But I mean, there's still terrific books either way. But no, I mean, but either way, the Punisher I think is going to be really good with one last kill. I think we're in for a good time because Berthnall is someone that's definitely come to appreciate and love. I think Berthnall and Cox are good examples of guys who are actors who took a job knowing that they could play this character, but then finding out through the fandom and people who love these characters, like what this character means to these people. Like Charlie Cox delving into the material. When Berthnall got the character, the first thing he did was go to a comic store. And when the comic guy figured out who he was, like realized who he was, because Berthnall had grabbed a few books. The guy went through the books, was like, no, and then gave him
books that he would recommend. He's like, you got to read this, this, and this. Don't fuck this up. That's Berthenau telling someone that, I think Conan O'Brien that in an interview, like when that happened. So these actors love these characters and embrace it, and I think it'll be good. I think it'll be interesting to see. I want to know specifically where Frank and Spidey were during Born Again, because clearly it's gonna come back around with.
Yeah, I know. I saw like a funny little thing where like obviously we were talking spoilers, like when not Charlie Cox, Matt Murdock is like, I'm Daredevil, and then kind of reveals that, and somebody was like, somewhere Peter Parker's going, no, don't say it. It's like, don't ever say it, like, and he's like losing his mind. It was like a funny meme.
Peter Parker's probably like, that explains why he caught that brick so well. Like, he's just he really is a good
or something like that too. It was like, I mean, there's like so many things where it's like, and that's why, like, when it came to, and I've made that correlation to like James Gunn's DCU, and it's like, oh, he has so many characters in his universe already, but I'm like, but so many times you get asked the question of like, where are these characters during these certain events? Yeah. And so that's the hard thing. Like when you're going into, even if it was anybody tackling like a new universe, even if it was somebody else doing the DCU, even like to the point where even like what Zach was doing, where he's like, he's got a Superman, but then he's like, oh yeah, but there's already a Wonder Woman somewhere. There's already a Batman somewhere. It's like, how do you approach that? And, he did it good when it was like, well, the sequel is, well, guess what, guys? There was a Bruce Wayne running around, Metropolis while the fucking event was happening. And it was like, all right, so, so then you don't have to have those questions. And that's why, like, when I see people like going like, there's too much going on with like certain things. And I'm like, but people ask the questions now, because guess why people ask those questions? Because now after the Avengers happened, people kept on asking that. People were like, when Iron Man 3 was happening and Tony Stark's fucking his mansion was being bombed, they're like, well, why aren't any of the other heroes showing up? And I kept seeing I would see that over the years, like, where is Thor? Where is Captain America? Where's all this? So now you have to take that approach when you have an established universe. It's like, it's like, can you have just a traditional Superman story without like you have Brainiac showing up and it's a world event. You can't just have Superman just taking it on. You're going to have a Green Lantern. You're going to have other people involved. If there's already an established universe, it's just the way it's gonna be. Yeah, you can get away with it in comic books, but I don't think you can get away with it in live action, because the live action audience is going to be like, well, don't we have other heroes? And I think
you could write them out though. You could. There's a lot of ways you could write them out or explain.
Yeah, you totally can. And I think there's going to be those liberties too, because it's not like, when it comes to the Man of Tomorrow, it's like, is there going to be a Batman or a Wonder Woman? Maybe, but if you can't have them there, there's probably an explanation of why
they're not dealing with their own villains.
Yeah, they're dealing with like other things and everything like that. But we know that there's like Jon Stewart's going to be part of it. The Justice Gang's going to be a part of it. And they're, it's like
R.I.P. Hal.
Yeah. Sadly, I don't think Hal Jordan's going to be a part of it unless he just ends up going off, into the cosmos.
I know in Far From Home that was a great joke, because it took place right after Endgame. So you had, Spider-Man just trying to enjoy European vacation, basically. And then Nick Fury shows up and he's like, can't Thor deal with Off-World? They ramble on and on and on. He's like, God damn it. Like, I don't want to fucking do this right now. Sorry, kid, you're all that we have, And then of course, like BVS, they tell you, but they also don't tell you. Like, they leave a lot open. Like, you're like, okay, Wonder Woman has been around, but she's not.
But she was not doing Wonder Woman. Yeah,
she's walked away from humanity in a sense. Like, what caused that to happen? Or Batman. Or Batman seemed to be like he might have retired for a while, and now he's back in the fold. And then you see, of course, now it's, I guess, Grayson, but the Robin suit in the glass case, and you're like, oh shit.
I don't think he retired. I don't think that they were emphasizing that Batman retired, because I mean, again, during the Zero event, Bruce was there and very much running into the face of danger. And then he was like, all right, fuck, we got to take on this guy. And he studied him for 18 months.
Yeah.
You know, to be like, who is the Superman character?
But I was saying, I wasn't suggesting that he was retired in that time. I was suggesting that maybe he had, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if anyone's asked that. I was going off of like Dark Knight Returns, you know, thought process, because had he been retired up until the Zero event had happened, you know,
I don't think he was retired. I think he was still Batman, but because I mean, I think like when you see like Clark investigating him and being like, you know, this Bat vigilante,
he's scarring. He's scarring.
I think,
but that's after he had come back.
I think that you know, Bruce has very much lost his way, especially now that there's like this, now that there's this alien threat that is now in this world. So maybe like he got a little bit more, you know.
So there's two paths that are usually followed, which is the Dark Knight Returns, where he retires for like 10 years and then he goes back into action. And then there's the Tim Drake route, where after Jason Todd dies, he just goes down a darker path.
Yeah.
Like there was even a thing like where he basically left KG Beast to die in a sewer, and then they like retconned it later basically. But he was going down a dark path. Tim Drake had to come in to save him, you know, like, and that was the thing. I mean, even in Dark Knight, they do that with Dark Knight Rises. He had retired for a bit and then he comes back again. So yeah, but he could have done the Jason Todd route, where he just was going down a darker path over those years, and then with the Zero event happening, it made him go even deeper and darker, because like once God basically shows up, like that's it, you know, like you feel like insignificant, and then you're grasping at everything, you know.
See, like even like what he said, like, you know, we've always been outfit. It's like, so he indicated he's never stopped, you know. I never got the hint that he's stopped being Batman. I think he just got, especially with the Wayne Manor being burned down and Robin dying, and you know, in Zach's story, it is Dick Grayson. It's not Jason Todd, even though they,
No, I think that like, I mean, now knowing what the plan actually was, and there was only going to be like a, you know, 7 to 10 year universe basically, as opposed to like a, you know, full-fledged MCU type of deal.
Yeah.
It being Dick Grayson, I'm not a fan of that, but at the same time, it actually, in context, explains so much more about how his attitude is with everything, because Jason Todd is the second Robin. So it's like, he failed himself. He failed this boy. And then Tim Drake helps bring him back out of this darkness. And then he goes on being Batman, and, you know, but it being his first Robin, basically his adopted son, and also too, like Robin, people don't realize how much Robin really is and evolves to become like his Watson to his Sherlock. Just like in the Sherlock Holmes, when Watson isn't around, Sherlock goes nuts. Like he doesn't know what to do with his time. He doesn't have someone who's more grounded and, like, you know, someone to bounce off of, basically. You know?
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah. No, it's, I mean, you know, obviously filmmakers going to take liberties. Live action's always going to take liberties. And I think that, you know, even just going back to our Odyssey talk, I mean, there's going to be liberties, you know, when it comes to trying to bring things live action. You're never going to, and I think that's what we always have to remember. I mean, that's why when we, you know, specifically like when it, you know, the big thing that a lot of people have been, and even like the showrunner Chris Mundy, when it comes to Lanterns, he's like, hey guys, let's just wait. You know, we've only, you know, I know we haven't shown you much, but, you know, we're trying to do a balance. And I know William has always expressed that. It's like, hey, we have to like present Green Lantern to a new audience, as well as respect the lore to the people who know it. And so it's not going to be, you know, and you got to find that balance. And I think it's becoming a lot more difficult in modern day, as opposed to the way it was. I mean, you try to start the MCU now, that'd be a lot harder.
I think it'd be much harder. I mean, at that time, again, 2008, I mean, Jesus, Dark Knight is very, very comic book based, but also very reality based. There's a lot of fucking,
and they took some liberties too with that, you know.
But no, I think like you guys already know where I stand with being comic book accurate. Like I think that it's a snake that eats its own tail, because you have all of the outside media that influences it, and if it's a good enough idea, it goes and gets absorbed into the books anyway, and then it'll it'll inspire something else that will then get recreated in a different way. Like it's always going back and forth. So there's always, something. But yeah, you have to let there be some creative liberties, because don't get me wrong, back in the day, like 30, 40 years ago, creative liberties meant completely missing the entire target. Now it's more of like kind of 50-50. I think it depends on the execution, depends on the writing, the characters, Sorry, William.
People love Batman 89, and they had the Joker kill the fucking parents.
Exactly. We've never had that. Yeah, that's why when these guys get on there and then they say this shit. I wish I get somebody that loved comic books to make this stuff. I'm like, what are you talking about? So because the Green Lantern that sits in your skull isn't the one that they're spending hundreds of millions of dollars to put on an HBO show on Sunday night, that's not good enough for you.
Yeah.
And then they're doing the same shit that they did back in 2013, and I thought we had evolved beyond this dumb shit. It's killing something before it even comes out. That's irritating because that affects a show's success. Believe it or not, even though it starts on the internet, it starts with the 3%ers, but that kind of shit spreads and it starts to get into the zeitgeist. It starts to get into the conversation, and before a show can get enough booster to get out of the atmosphere, it's already dealing with just dumb shit that it shouldn't have to deal with. I could see if the show had come out, 3 or 4 episodes, and it sucked. Okay, gotcha.
At the end of the day, I ask, what is the show attempting to adapt? Like, what is its goal? And more importantly, like, who is behind the show? And at least the third one is Damon Lindelof. And I know he is kind of a mixed, a set of stuff that he's done. But you know what? The Watchmen TV show was some of the best stuff. I like that show. So I'm going to give Lanterns that shot because I liked that show. And you guys know me. I don't give a fuck about anything in the DCU. So the fact that I'm even giving Lanterns a shot says a lot. That's all I'm going to say. But could it be crap? Yeah. Could it be good? Also, yeah. Yeah. So, but I'm going to give it that chance. So, yeah.
Yeah. It's going to be. It should be. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in the next few months and stuff like that. But I think this is a good spot to end the stream tonight. I think we've talked about a lot of things, and of course, thank you to Ernie, thank you to Chris, thank you to Phil for joining tonight. Thank you to Ronan as well. And this was obviously a lot of fun, and a lot of go see Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat's like, if you're a fan of the lore, I think you'll be pleasantly satisfied. I saw a lot of people even saying like, "Oh wow, this seems like a true sequel to the first one." And I'm like, I can see that because it almost seemed like they took some things where it's like, yeah, we should do more of this kind of like approach to it, as opposed to trying to make it like this, this story about a family man and, doing this and doing that. I don't know. It was kind of, I was like, seeing the reactions have been pretty funny when it comes to
thank you everybody who in Southern Nevada who came and got all that shit. So I don't have any of it. Thank you.
So you had a pretty good show up. You had a lot of people show up.
We had people playing in 1990.
Great. I love that. I love hearing that.
Yeah, nice. I did not get left with anything, which is like I said, I'm going to pass on Mortal Kombat, but I'm glad
it's not your bag. I get it. It's not your thing. It's cool. It's cool because it was funny because, like I said, my dad he didn't care about it, and I told him like, hey, want to see this movie? Go. And he was like, you know what? I'm kind of interested. I like Carl Urban. He watched the first one, got him interested. He watched this one. He enjoyed it. And it was kind of cool just to like talk to my dad and tell him things that I knew about Mortal Kombat. Yeah. I was like, I never thought I was going to, because I honestly thought I was going to see this movie by myself, but it was just kind of fun to tell my dad, about Mortal Kombat, which I never thought that was going to be the case. And he was interested. He was actually, and he really enjoyed this one, so I was like, cool. So there you go. Go ahead and promote things. William, you got some things to promote?
You can Google the Sci-Fi Center, find me on all of our social media. Next event we got is Disclosure Day, so that's in a few weeks. So I don't know if they're going to send us frisbees or something.
Not wait for that movie. Especially with all the stuff that got released today. I was like, oh, man.
When does Disclosure Day come out? I thought it was later in the fall.
This week in June, I think.
Yeah. Oh, it's in June. Okay, I thought it was
next month. Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. Less than 3 weeks away, actually. What's today?
Yeah, I think it's like June, like the middle, like the second week of June, maybe.
Yeah, I think I thought it was the first. They sent me. I got to look, but yeah, we're in the summer. Right. It's 100 degrees out here in Vegas, so we're in that part of the year. So
it's getting hot here too.
So that's what I got for right now.
June 12th. So June 12th. We're about a month away now.
Wow. Okay. Well, I'll keep.
I know it's weird because it's like, oh wait, summer is like basically here. Yeah. It's it's like one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, summer is essentially here. So yeah. So, but that's all I got. Anything else?
That's it.
All right. And Paul? We always laugh at but
well,
yeah.
No, so I've been writing some more. That's pretty much about it. There's not much I can really share or whatnot. I'm trying to make a page soon, I think. I took like an author's like photo shoot, but I don't have like a lot of material like visibly ready yet. So it's gonna be a long time still before I get anything off the ground. But that's it. I mean, you guys know me. I'm just a guy. I like coming here and talking. And if anyone wants to follow me, I'm at pmickey1988 on Instagram and Paul Panhook on Vero. That's pretty much it. So
cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah, like I said, hit that like, thumbs up, subscribe. I'm probably going to be doing a stream tomorrow, inviting on supporters of the channel, doing a Patreon and members, welcoming them to the channel, which I like to do every now and again to, have conversations with fans. So if you're part of that, let's do it. And we'll have many conversations when it comes to all that. So, look forward to that. And I got some videos that like I said, I had a little stomach bug. So I'm like kind of behind in videos that I want to be posting that I'll probably post tomorrow and Sunday and everything. So look forward to that. Hit that like, thumbs up, subscribe, do all the things. We love you, and we will talk to you later.